Check, check. Welcome to Arkadelphia, Arkansas, to the campus of Henderson State University, and to Clydeberry Field for a Friday afternoon doubleheader between your Henderson State Reddies and the Southwestern Oklahoma State Bulldogs. A pristine spring day here in Arkadelphia. Temperatures in the low 70s. Blue skies everywhere you look. Not a cloud in sight. This is quintessential baseball weather, and Henderson State looks to start the weekend off on the right foot, as they've got a big 3-game set coming up against the Southwestern Oklahoma State Bulldogs. Henderson State comes into this one 9-8 overall, 6-6, right at 500 in conference play. Southwestern Oklahoma State, they come in 9-4. 8-4 in GAC play. The Reddies tied for 7th in the conference. Southwestern Oklahoma State tied for 3rd in conference play. And this is a formidable Bulldogs lineup led by Alex Bedard, their right-handed hitter, and their center fielder. Bedard, a 2019 second-team All-GAC, last full season of baseball in the GAC, obviously, after last year was cut short, and Bedard digs in to begin the top of the first as the Bulldogs lead things off. Henderson's starting pitcher today, Austin Cross, right-hander, starts Bedard off with back-to-back balls. Top of the first, scoreless ball game. Nobody on, nobody out. Bedard waits on the 2-0. Hits it hard right at the third baseman, Argenbright, who gloves it, sliding to his right, closer to the third base. And he just took a hit away from Alex Bedard, who smokes that one. But Argenbright flashes a little leather for the first out of inning number 1. Nobody on. 1 out as Bedard lines out L5. This brings up Miguel Soto, SWOSU's second baseman and second hitter. Soto takes a breaking ball for a strike, 0-1. SWOSU in black jerseys today, white numbers and gray pants. Henderson State red caps, white tops, white bottoms. This is sent out to left field. Danny Mitchell Jr. waits under it and makes the catch about 30 feet in front of the 365 sign out in left center field. That is out number 2 as Soto is retired. Cross looking to retire. The Bulldogs in order here in the top of the first. We are scoreless. 2 outs, nobody on. Cross, first pitch, taken low and outside by SWOSU's first baseman, Zach Baxley. 1-0. High and outside, 2-0. Baxley leads the Bulldogs, batting .500 this year. 23 hits and 46 ABs. 2-0. Outside, 3-0. The Southwestern Oklahoma State lineup, as a team, they bat .356. That leads the Great American Conference. 3-0. Outside, crosswalks Baxley on 4 pitches. And the Bulldogs have a base runner with 2 outs in the top of the first.
That is the designated number 13,
Drew White, the Southwestern Oklahoma State DH, digs in. A heavy righty lineup for the Bulldogs today. 8 out of their 9 hitters right-handed. The only lefty hitter is the third baseman, Ryan Dos Santos, who bats 6th. First pitch called for a strike. Fastball gets the outside corner, and the count goes 0-1 to White. Baxley on first, 2 outs. Top of the first, scoreless ball game. Breaking ball stays above the belt, chest high of White. Count goes to 1-1. Cross, the righty pitcher, comes set, comes to the plate. This is hit hard to left field. Mitchell Jr. tracks back to the front of the warning track, shaded over to the left field line, but makes the play for the final out of the top of the first. So Cross works around a 4-pitch walk to the 3-hole hitter Zach Baxley, and the Reddies will have a chance to strike first in the bottom half when we return on the Henderson State Sports Network. Yeah, you good.
We don't have one yet. Yeah. What about the coffee? Okay, what about the coffee? Okay, perfect, thank you.
Welcome back to Clydeberry Field here on the campus of Henderson State University. The Reddies bat in the bottom of the first after Austin Cross works around a 2-out walk in the top half. The Reddies will face Southwestern Oklahoma State's starting right-handy today, Nate Postlethwaite. And Postlethwaite comes into this one with a very fine 2021 resume. Postlethwaite has won every one of his 4 starts. He's 4-0. He's got a 2.08 ERA. He's allowed 6 earned runs in 26 innings, given up 19 hits, walked 11, struck out 30. Opposing hitters batting just 194 against Postlethwaite this season. It'll be a slight change to the Reddies lineup today as Danny Mitchell Jr. digs in to lead off in the bottom of the first. Mitchell Jr. usually closer to the heart of the lineup, 3rd, 4th, or 5th, but Mitchell Jr. maybe needing a change of scenery, batting just 228 as he digs in. First pitch to Mitchell Jr. Swung on, and the change of scenery does him well. That's lined into the right center field gap. Mitchell's going to take 2, and will roll into second for a Cadillac double. Henderson State, 1 pitch and 1 base runner in scoring position in the bottom of the first. Sometimes all it takes is a little change. Get yourself moved around in the lineup, and Danny Mitchell Jr. stands on second with a leadoff first pitch double here in the bottom of inning number 1. Reddies trying to strike first as SWOSU was held scoreless in the top half. Grayson Stevens, another lefty hitter, digs in for HSU as Mitchell Jr. leads off second. Postlethwaite, long look to Mitchell Jr., comes back and throws to his shortstop Gonzalez. Gonzalez unable to put any sort of tag on Mitchell Jr. as that pitch was high and outside of Gonzalez's catching radius. Fortunate for Gonzalez, that ball didn't trickle into center field. First pitch coming up to Stevens. Mitchell Jr. again on second. Nobody out. Scoreless ball game, bottom of the first. Postlethwaite misses low. 1-0 to Stevens. So SWOSU, as I said, a righty-heavy lineup. Henderson State, a lefty-heavy lineup. Reddies having 7 lefty hitters in the lineup here to start this one. 1-0 to Stevens. But Postlethwaite twirls again back to second, no throw. So Postlethwaite obviously very concerned with Danny Mitchell Jr. at second base, and probably smart to do so. Mitchell runs very well. 1-0 to Stevens, high and outside. 2-0, hitters count to Grayson Stevens, the 6'1 junior out of Pottsville, Arkansas. Stevens, 3rd on the Reddies in qualified hitters, batting .301. 2-0. That runs inside, gets away from the catcher Larson, and Mitchell Jr. takes 3rd easily. So after all that work to keep Mitchell Jr. close, the Reddies leadoff hitter scurries to 3rd after the wild pitch. 3-0 count to Stevens. Mitchell Jr. on 3rd, nobody out, bottom of a scoreless first inning. 3-0. Strike 1 inside corner at the knees. The middle infielders, Gonzalez at short and Soto at second, playing regular alignment, so Mitchell Jr. likely scoring on a ball to either one of those fielders. Dos Santos at third, playing even with the third baseline. First baseman Baxley playing behind the bag. High and outside, Stevens works a 5-pitch walk, and the Reddies have runners on the corners to start the bottom of the first.
Batting for the shortstop, number 3, Joe Myers.
Mitchell Jr. led off the inning with a first pitch double to the right center field gap. Moved to third on a wild pitch. Grayson Stevens just walked on the 5th pitch of his at-bat. So runners on the corners, nobody out for the Reddies, bottom of the first. Joe Myers digs in. The Reddies RBI leader with a big spot here as Myers swings the first pitch and hits it hard deep to right center. Going back, looking up, and running out of room is Alex Bedard. That is a 3-run home run for Joe Myers, and the Reddies lead 3-0 in the bottom of the first. Henderson State jumping all over the Southwestern Oklahoma State ace, Nate Postlethwaite. A double, a walk, and a 3-run jack from Joe Myers. What a start to this weekend series for the Reddies. 3-0, bottom of the first, as Postlethwaite continues to look for the first out as Alec Lewis digs in. Off the bat, I thought that was going to be a sac fly as Lewis takes a ball inside, 1-0, but that ball just kept carrying and just got out of here over the right center field fence. 1-0 to Lewis. Make it 2-0. Lewis trying to add and keep the line moving for the Reddies, who lead 3-0 in the bottom of the first. Bases empty after the Joe Myers 3-run shot. 2-0. 2-1 as Lewis swings through. Lewis, local product, 6'1" redshirt freshman out of Arkadelphia. 2-0, now 2-1, excuse me, now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 swinging strikes. Even up the count. Postlethwaite looking for the first out of the bottom of the first. 2-2. That runs inside. Count evened up 3-2. Lewis has walked 7 times this season, looking for his 8th free pass, and he'll take it. A 6-pitch walk for Alec Lewis, and the Bulldogs want to talk it over. We'll have a mound visit and be back after a break on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. The mound visit for the Bulldogs, and the bottom of the first is complete. Reddies up 3-0. Nobody out. Alec Lewis leads on off first as the first pitch to Argenbright gets away from the catcher Larson. That's the second time one has skipped away from the Bulldogs catcher in the inning. Earlier it was Mitchell Jr. advancing from second to third. This time it's Lewis advancing from first to second, as Henderson State looks to keep the line moving in the bottom of the first. They already lead 3-0. 1-0 to Argenbright. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Argenbright leads the Reddies, batting .338, batting .480 during a 6-game hitting streak. 1-1. That's inside, and that almost got away from Larson, the catcher, as he slid to his right. Good block by Larson. Lewis at second took a large secondary lead, but stayed put. 2-1 to Argenbright. Reddies lead 3-0. Argenbright chops it right side and foul. Just drifted over to the right side of the first base bag. The first baseman, Baxley, was ready to beat Argenbright to the bag for the inning's first out, but the count evened up 2-2. That earlier pitch that got away from Larson ruled a wild pitch, so second wild pitch thrown by Postlethwaite already this inning. 2-2 to Argenbright. That runs inside, and Argenbright plunked. He'll take a vacant first base, and the Reddies do continue the line. The Reddies' first 5 hitters have all reached safely. Double, walk, homer, walk, hit by pitch. It has been a rough bottom of the first inning for Postlethwaite, who came in 4-0, 2.08 ERA, gave up 6 runs in his first 26 innings thrown this season, but the Reddies could have 6 in the inning as Colasanto bats. Lewis on second, Argenbright on first. Colasanto takes a breaking ball for a strike that catches the top of the zone. Reddies up 3-0. All 3 runs brought home by Joe Myers. Hit a 3-run dinger over the right center field fence. 0-1 to Colasanto. Thought about it, and thought better of it. 20%er from Colasanto. He turned the hips, but kept the bat on the shoulder. 1-1. 2-on, nobody out for the Reddies. Lewis on second, Argenbright on first. 1-1 to Colasanto. This is grounded foul down the first base line, and this is the first time today, here in the bottom of the first, that Postlethwaite has been in front of a Reddies pitcher. The count's been even a couple times at 2-2, but Postlethwaite has struggled with his command, and the strikes he has thrown, the Reddies have pounced on. 1-2 to Colasanto. Off the end of the bat, dribbles foul over by Henderson State's dugout. Josh Aguilar on deck for the Reddies picks it up and returns it to the correct party. Still 1-2, still 2-on, still nobody out, still the bottom of the first. Reddies still up 3-0. 1-2 to Colasanto. Breaking ball, strike 3. Big first out of the inning for Postlethwaite, who is looking to limit the Reddies to 3 here in the bottom of the first, as Josh Aguilar digs in. Aguilar, 5'9", redshirt senior out of Dallas, Texas, transferred to Henderson State from Louisiana Lafayette. Aguilar digs in with 2 on, 1 out, bottom of the first. Reddies up 3-0 already. First pitch to Aguilar. That's above the belt. 1-0. Henderson State in their 1980s Phillies uniforms today. White tops, white bottoms, red pinstripes, and a thick stripe down the shoulders and down the pants. 1-0. Hit hard but foul. First base line. Aguilar, a lefty hitter. Again, the Reddies, 7 lefty hitters in the lineup out of the 9. Only 2 righties in the lineup are Myers and Haskins. Argenbright bats left and throws right. 1-1 to Aguilar. Outside 2-1. The catcher Larson tried to bring that back and frame it on the outside corner, but no such luck. Count goes to 2-1. Reddies up 3-0, bottom of the first. Lewis on second, Argenbright on first. 1 out. 2-1 high and outside. Larson out of his catcher's crouch to keep that in front. And a hitter's count for Aguilar, who's gotten off to a slow start this season with injury, but he's a combined 5 for 13. That's 385 in his last 4 starts. Big spot here, 3-1 count. Here it comes. Swing and a miss as Larson keeps it in the dirt. Aguilar may have swung at ball 4 there, but he's got another chance. 3-2, count full. 3-2-1, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runners on first and second for the Reddies. Lewis on second, reaching with a walk, advanced on a pass ball. Argenbright was hit by a pitch. 3-2, runners take off. It's sent back and out of play. Foul off the bat of Aguilar, and we'll do things again. I was just thinking to myself this was an hit and run opportunity and a full count with 1 out at the bottom of the first. Again, Reddies lead 3-0. All 3 runs coming off the bat of Joe Myers. Another 3-2. Inside. Aguilar turns out of the way. The SWOSU dugout thought that was strike 3. Big call there to load the bases. Lewis moves to third. Argenbright goes to second. And Aguilar works a walk. Big spot now for Nick Butler, who has gotten some more work as of late. Butler bats 8th, plays right today. Butler hits with the bases loaded. Reddies up 3-0, bottom of the first. First pitch to Butler, low inside, 1-0. In my experience, always feels good when you haven't played a ton and the first pitch you get is a ball. It just relaxes you just a little bit. You can see a pitch without the pressure dial being immediately turned on. 1-0 to Butler. That's low as Larson butterflies to keep it in front. 2-0. 32 pitches now, and just 14 strikes already in the bottom of the first for Postal Weight. Reddies have the bases loaded. 2-0 count to Butler. 1 out. Here comes the 2-0. It gets away. Oh, excuse me. They're going to say this hit Butler, and Butler will have an RBI. He'll head down to first, and it continues to get worse for Postal Weight. This will be the 9th batter of the bottom of the first for the Reddies, as Postal Weight has hit 2 and given up 4. Bryson Haskins now digs in. Again, bases loaded. Reddies up 4-0. Bottom of the first. Haskins takes low and outside. I'm noticing a little change to Haskins' stance right now. Earlier in the season, he was going with a much more closed stance, where the front toe is about 18 inches closer to the plate than the back toe, but stance even right now as Haskins lifts the 1-0 to right field. Coming on is Smith. Tagging at third is Argenbright. He'll test the arm of Smith and come back as Aguilar got too far off second base and was just picked off. Henderson State gives up a big opportunity there. A double play and a big base running mistake from Josh Aguilar. The Reddies score 4, but they could have had more. The Bulldogs will bat when we come back in the top of the second. Again, Reddies up 4-0 on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field, top of the second. Reddies up 4-0. Austin Cross back on the hill for HSU. This is outside with a fastball to the Bulldogs leadoff hitter here in top 2. This is Talon Mullins-Ohm. Mullins-Ohm swings through a 1-0 fastball, 1-1. Base is empty, nobody out, top of the second. Mullins-Ohm leads off for SWOSU and tried to check his swing, could not, as Cross's 1-1 ran in on the hands of Mullins-Ohm. Cross looking for the K, doesn't get the call, as Aguilar framed it on the outside corner. Mullins-Ohm another check swing, but this time he keeps it back. 2-2, Cross working quickly. Now 3-2. Mullins-Ohm, third on the Bulldogs, batting .378. 3-2. Squibbed off the end of the bat, foul. Count continues here in the top of the second. Reddies lead 4-0. Got 4 runs in the bottom of the first on 2 hits. 3-2 from Cross. Outside, Mullins-Ohm works a lead-off walk. So Cross now hasn't allowed a hit, but has issued 2 free passes. Baxley, the third hitter for the Bulldogs, walked with 2 outs in the top of the first. Mullins-Ohm walks to lead off the top of the second. So 1 on, nobody out, as Ryan Dos Santos digs in and takes a strike. Every single Bulldog batter in the lineup today batting .300 or better. That means there's no free passes, no easy outs for Austin Cross today, as Dos Santos takes outside. Looked as if he was going to square to bunt for a split second, as Aguilar, the catcher, popped out of his stance to maybe throw behind Mullins-Ohm at first. 1-1 to Dos Santos. This is hammered to right field. Coming on to make a sliding catch is Nick Butler. He throws to first. Double play! What a play by the right fielder, Nick Butler. That one was tattooed by Dos Santos, but Butler got a great jump on it, made a sliding catch, popped up, and threw an absolute seed to first base to double up Mullins-Ohm. That might be one of the defensive plays of the year for the Reddies, as now there are 2 outs and nobody on the base paths. Off the bat, that looked like trouble, because if that gets by Butler, that's going to roll to the wall for at least a triple. Instead, it's a 9-3 double play. 1-1 now. Make it 2-1 to Keyshawn Smith, SWOSU's right fielder, and their 7th hitter. 2-1. This is lifted high in the air, deep to left field. Mitchell Jr. looking back, looking up. This ball is gone. And the Bulldogs on the board. They make it 4-1 in the top of the second. Smith with a towering fly ball. That was a moonshot. So already 2 home runs here in the top of the second. The Reddies had a 3-run jack from Joe Myers in the bottom of the first. That helped the Reddies take a 4-0 lead, but Keyshawn Smith does the solo work, and SWOSU on the board. Top of the second, as Griffin Larson, the Bulldogs catcher, digs in, takes a ball, and now fouls off the 1-0, 1-1. Reddies up 4-1, top 2. Nobody on the base paths. 2 outs. The catcher and the 8th batter, Larson, digs in. 1-1. Checked his swing, did not go. It's outside 3-1. Cross already walked 2. Hitters count 3-1 to Larson. 3-2 as Larson took a few steps down the first base line. He was ready to walk on 5 pitches, but he's called back to swing again. Count full, 2 outs. Reddies move the infield over. 3 infielders on the left side of second base. Doesn't matter, Larson does walk as Cross misses high and outside. This is Cross's 3rd walk with 2 outs retired in the top of the 2nd. So a little bit of control issues for Austin Cross as he tries to get out of the inning. Mark Gonzalez tries to energize the Bulldogs lineup. He's batting 9th. Takes a ball outside edge. One 0 to Gonzalez. Make it 1-1. So Larson on first after the 2-out walk. The Bulldogs already with a solo home run this inning off the bat of Keyshawn Smith. Reddies lead 4-1, top of the 2nd. As the 1-1 is skied to center. Backing up to make the play is Haskins for the 3rd out of the inning. So the Bulldogs get on the board. 1 run on 1 hit. A solo shot from Keyshawn Smith, but the Reddies will have a chance to add to their 3-run lead when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Henderson State sent 9 batters to the plate in the bottom of the 1st, so they'll lead it off again in the bottom of the 2nd with Danny Mitchell Jr. Mitchell Jr. sent the first pitch of the bottom half of the 1st into right center field for a double as he bunts foul. 0-1 to Mitchell Jr. Reddies up 4-1. Bottom of the 2nd, Henderson State hosting the Southwestern Oklahoma State Bulldogs on the first game of a 3-game weekend set. 0-1 to Mitchell Jr. This runs inside. The catcher Larson was set up outside, but Postal Weight misses the mark. Count goes to 1-1. Nobody on, nobody out. Bottom of the 2nd. Mitchell Jr. waits and takes. Mitchell Jr., 6'1" senior out of North Little Rock, Arkansas, transferred to Henderson State from University of Arkansas Little Rock. 2-1. Sent to center. Right at Bedard. He drifts over about 15 feet into right center field as the wind took a hold of that and pushed that into the, he's ranging into left center field. He's pushing it into the left center field gap, but Bedard makes a routine play for the first out of the bottom of the 2nd. Base is empty for Grayson Stevens. Stevens takes a strike, outer half. Reddies up 3, bottom of the 2nd. 0-1. And the Reddies have another base runner. Grayson Stevens reaches out and pokes it through the right side of the infield. Stevens 1 for 1. He walked and scored in the first, and Stevens stays scorching hot. Stevens has back-to-back multi-hit games, and off to a good start here as Joe Myers digs in. 1-on-1 out for the Reddies, bottom of the second. Myers, a 3-run home run in the bottom of the first. First pitch to Myers, taken for a strike. Henderson State got 4 in the first on just 2 hits. Mitchell Jr. doubled, Myers homered. But Postlethwaite hit a couple batters, a couple wild pitches, a walk. It all added up to a quartet of runs. 0-1 to Myers. This is outside and kept in front by the catcher Larson. Larson's been busy as the Southwestern Oklahoma State backstop today. He's done a lot of work in the butterfly position, sliding left and right. Postlethwaite so far has not had his A-plus stuff. 1-1 to Myers. 1-2. Myers takes at the knees for a strike. Myers came into the afternoon leading the Reddies and second in the conference with 24 RBI. He's got 27 now with his 3-run home run in the bottom of the first. 1-2 to Myers. Strike 3. Myers has some words with the home plate umpire before leaving the batter's box. He thought that was outside. So Myers, a somber stroll back to the dugout. And the Reddies bring up Alec Lewis with 1 out on and 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Reddies again up 4-1 as Stevens leads off first base. Lewis swings at the first pitch, gloved by the shortstop Gonzalez. He was playing closer to the second base bag, and wisely so. He slides to his left and puts his mitt on second base for the force out of Stevens. So 1 hit for the Reddies in the bottom of the second. We'll go to the third. 4-1 ball game on the Reddies Baseball Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Top of the third inning. Reddies up 4-1. Alex Bedard, the Bulldogs' leadoff hitter, will lead off the top of the third as Austin Cross remains on the hill and comes to Bedard with a breaking ball that misses out inside. Bedard thought about it, actually turned his hips and went down to one knee, but kept the bat back. 1-0. Make it 2-0. Cross, little control issue so far. 2+ innings, 3 walks given up. 2-0. 2-1 as Bedard smokes a hard ground ball foul down the third base line. Bedard lined out to the third baseman Argenbright in the top of the first. 2-1 as Cross was into his motion before the home plate umpire called time as Alex Day, Henderson State's reserve catcher, ran the foul ball down in the left field corner. 2-1. Bedard reaches out. Argenbright makes a beautiful defensive play to his knees, sliding to his left. That is the second base hit Argenbright has taken away from Bedard.
Batting the second baseman, number 1, Miguel Soto.
Argenbright at the hot corner, flashing the leather a couple times now as Bedard grounds out 5-3 for out number 1, top of the third. Reddies up 4-1 over the visiting Bulldogs of Southwestern Oklahoma State. Miguel Soto digs in. Takes a strike outside corner, 0-1. Soto upright stance. And he's got a single. This rolls through the middle of the infield. Joe Myers tracked to his left, but never had a chance. And Soto on with a one-out single here in the top of the third. Soto 1 for 2 as Zach Baxley digs in. Baxley walked with 2 outs in the top of the first. Was stranded. Baxley comes into this one batting .500. And that's no fluke. 23 hits and 46 at-bats. First pitch outside, opposite batter's box, taken by Baxley, 1-0. 1 on, 1 out. Baxley bats with Soto on first after the 1-out single. Top of the third, Reddies up 4-1. Low and outside. Cross now 43 pitches, just 20 of them strikes. He has not done a great job today of pounding the zone. Hasn't struck out a batter. Walked 3. 2-0. Popped up, but it'll get out of play. Although the Reddies struck first with 4 runs in the bottom of the first, the Bulldogs dugout does not seem to be undeterred, or does not seem to be deterred, I should say, with their attitude. Very lively dugout. A lot of shouts of encouragement from the SWOSU Bulldogs on the first base line. 2-1, 2-2. Another foul ball up and out of play behind the backstop here at Clyde-Berry Field. Just an absolute gorgeous day on the diamond. 75 degrees, not a cloud in sight. 2-2. Way outside. Cross tried to go breaking ball. And the count goes full. Big spot here. 1 on, 1 out. Top of the third. Full count to Baxley. This is hammered to left field. It drops and one hops Mitchell Jr. Baxley a single, and now back-to-back singles for the Bulldogs in the top of the third. And SWOSU, for the first time today, has multiple base runners on the diamond. Right in the middle of the order for SWOSU. This is their cleanup hitter, Drew White. Everybody in the Bulldogs lineup today bats over 300, so no free passes, no easy outs for Austin Cross. He's going to have his good stuff all the way through as the first pitch of the at-bat to White is popped up to shallow left field, tracking back to make the play as the shortstop Joe Myers for a big second out of the top of the third. Henderson State got 4 in the bottom of the first. SWOSU answered with 1 in the top of the second with a solo home run from Keyshawn Smith. We're in the top of the third, 2 on, 2 out. Runners on first and second for the Bulldogs. First pitch swinging and fouled off by Talon Mullins-Ohm. Reddies up 4-1. First game of a 3-game set here in Arkadelphia this weekend. Henderson State trying to move up in the GAC standings. They're 6-6 in conference play, tied for 7th. SWOSU 8-4, tied for 3rd. 0-1 to Mullins-Ohm. 1-1. Henderson State's home crowd not liking the calls from the home plate umpire right now. One line foul down the third base line. Count goes to 1-2. Cross has not been ahead of many batters. He's worked 2 2/3 innings now, walked 3, hasn't struck out a hitter. Would love his first K of the day and his 15th strikeout of the year right here. 1-2 to Mullins-Ohm. He's got it! What a big pitch by Austin Cross. 2 1-out singles for the Bulldogs, but Cross shuts the door in the top of the 3rd. The Reddies lead 4-1. We'll go to the bottom half when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field, bottom of the 3rd. Reddies up 4-1. Looking to add as Caden Argenbright digs in and leads off. Argenbright hit by a pitch. Smacks the first pitch of the inning. Deep and gone. A solo shot for Caden Argenbright. That ball was absolutely tattooed. A no-doubter from the freshman Argenbright. His first long ball of the year. Argenbright leads the Reddies an average, 338, showing off the power swing there. The Reddies' second home run of the day. They lead 5-1 now as Colasanto digs in and waves and misses at the first pitch of his AB. Myers, a 3-run homer for the Reddies in the bottom of the 1st. Argenbright, a solo shot as Colasanto is quickly behind 0-2. Colasanto, one of 2 strikeout victims of Southwestern Oklahoma State's starter, Postal Wait. Myers struck out looking in the 2nd. 0-2, that's outside. 1-2 to Colasanto, the 5'9" senior out of Garland, Texas. Colasanto, 15 RBI this season, already 3 more than he had in 2019. Most RBI that Colasanto has had in a season was in 2018 at 18 RBI. So Colasanto's kid just gets it done. 1-2. We'll get through for a single. Colasanto stays piping hot. Last 8 games coming into this one, Colasanto 12 for 25. He's 1 for 2 today, so make him 13 of 27. Colasanto continues to get the job done for the Reddies, who have a base runner with nobody out in the bottom of the 3rd. Josh Aguilar digs in, walked in the 1st, bats in the third, with Colasanto leading off of first. Aguilar swings at the first pitch. So Reddies have swung at the first pitch, and all three ABs this inning. Argenbright homered, Colasanto fouled it off, or missed it, then singled, and Argenbright fouls off the first pitch of his at-bat. 0-1 to the lefty catcher Argenbright. This is smacked at the second baseman, Soto. He goes to second for one as it skipped and ate him up a little bit, but it was hit hard enough where he could regather himself and still get the lead a runner. No chance to get Aguilar with a double play. So a fielder's choice, 4-6. Aguilar on first for the Reddies as Nick Butler digs in. Butler hit by a pitch which brought home a run, so Butler didn't have to lift the bat to get a ribby back on the first. First pitch to Butler. He swings. He chops it right side. Going to be a tough play for the first baseman, Baxley. He throws to second to get Aguilar. Back to first. The throw not in time to turn two. So back-to-back fielder's choices for the Bulldogs as they take the lead runner off the base paths. Butler on first. Bryson Haskins digs in. Haskins takes outside, low. Good block by Larson to keep it in front. Reddies lead 5-1. Bottom of the third. Butler on first. 2 outs. Haskins looking to jump start things with the bat in hand. 1-0. That's low and outside. An even better block by Larson. That's 2 pitches in a row now. Larson has had to slide to his right and keep it in front. Butler has stolen a base this year. Could be a threat to steal. Hitters count 2-0 with 2 outs in the bottom of the third. Check on Butler at first as Postlethwaite spins and fires, but Butler back safely. This is Postlethwaite's third inning of work. He's gone 2 2/3 so far. 5 hits, 5 runs, all earned. Butler takes off. 2-0 popped up on the infield. Third baseman Dos Santos calls for it and makes the play about 15 feet in front of home plate, left side of the infield for the third out. The Reddies add one more. Caden Argenbright homers on the first pitch of the inning. The Reddies put their lead back to 4 runs. They led 4-0 after 1. They lead 5-1 after 3. We'll go to the 4th. Austin Cross remains on the hill here on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We enter the top of the 4th here. Reddies lead 5-1 over the visitors, the Southwestern Oklahoma State Bulldogs. Ryan Dos Santos digs in, takes a ball outside, 1-0. 1-1. Breaking ball in for a strike. Again, top of the 4th, bases empty, nobody out. Dos Santos leads off, checked his swing, but could not hold up. 1-2. Dos Santos lined into a double play in the second. Lashed one to right. Sliding catch made by Butler. He threw out the runner trying to get back to first. He tattoos another one to right field, but Butler again over to make a play. So Dos Santos has hit it hard twice, but so far nothing to show for it, as Cross induces the L9 for the first out of the top of the fourth. Digging in now, Keyshawn Smith. First pitch swinging and through the left side of the infield. The third baseman, Argenbright, diving to his left, but could not make the play. Keyshawn Smith having a day at the office. 2 for 2 now for Smith. He's the man responsible for the Bulldogs' only run. He had a solo home run on the top of the second. Now he's 2 for 2 and halfway to the cycle. 1 on, 1 out, top of the fourth. Reddies up 5-1. Bulldog catcher Griffin Larson digs in. He swings the first pitch, lifts it right center field. Over is Haskins. He calls off Butler, his colleague, and makes a routine play in right center, as Cross has the second out of the top of the fourth. Quick inning so far. Mark Gonzalez digs in. Cross looking to get out of the top of the fourth after giving up the 1-out single to Keyshawn Smith. Gonzalez 0 for 1, flew out to center in the second. High and outside, easy take for Gonzalez, 1-0. Cross has worked 3 2/3 now, giving up 4 hits. 3 of those singles, 1 of those a home run. 1 run, it was earned. 3 walks, and has struck out a batter as he misses high to Gonzalez, 2-0. Gonzalez batting ninth. Alex Bedard, one of the best hitters in the league, waits on deck. 3-0, neck high of Gonzalez, and you don't want to walk batters. You especially don't want to walk any 9 batters, especially when you got a guy like Alex Bedard waiting on deck. 3-0, ball 4. 4-pitch walk from Cross, his 4th of the day, and back-to-back innings now. The Bulldogs have runners on first and second. Alex Bedard has had 2 base hits taken away from him by the third baseman Argenbright. Lined out in the first, grounded out in the third as Argenbright made a sliding play. 2 on, 2 out for Bedard. Runners on first and second. Top of the fourth, Reddies up 5-1. Cross 5 straight balls now. Misses outside, 1-0. .63 pitches for Cross, 32 strikes. 1-0. Skied out to center. Right center. And it drifts into the territory of the right fielder, Nick Butler. He makes the third and final out of the inning. So Cross, in the third and now the fourth, has put 2 on board and wiped him clean. Cross continues to work in and out of trouble here. Reddies up 5-1. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field, bottom of the fourth. Reddies up by 4, 5-1. Reddies got 4 in the first. Added 1 more in the third with a Caden Argenbright solo home run. They lead off with Danny Mitchell Jr. in the bottom of the fourth. First pitch to Mitchell Jr. taken for a ball, low and inside. Mitchell Jr. leading off in the inning and in the order for the Reddies. 1-0. Hit hard, right side and through. Mitchell Jr.'s got his second base hit. A double in the first, a single here in the bottom of the fourth, and now, I can't say I'm super surprised. Mitchell Jr. got off to a slow start in the first third of the season back in 2019, the last full season for Reddies, and then proceeded to bat .375 the rest of the year. So Mitchell Jr. is usually just taking a little bit to get going, but once he heats up, he is one heck of a hitter as Grayson Stevens digs in, checks his swing, keeps the bat back as we have a late check to the secondary umpire. He agrees. 1-0 the count. Mitchell Jr. on first. 1-0 to the lefty hitter Stevens. Nobody out. Bottom of the fourth. Reddies up 5-1 over the visitors, the Bulldogs out of southwestern Oklahoma State. 1-1. Another base hit through the right side. Mitchell Jr. will stop at second as Smith, the right fielder, gets it to his cutoff man. Gonzalez, the shortstop. Back-to-back singles for the Reddies in the bottom of the fourth. Henderson State now 5 runs on 7 hits as Joe Myers digs in. Mitchell Jr. on second, Stevens on first, nobody out. First pitch to Myers, breaking ball, upstairs, 1-0. Myers gave the Reddies a 3-0 lead in the bottom of the first. He had runners on the corners. Mitchell Jr. was on third, Stevens was on first, and Myers made it easy for them to come home. He hit a 3-run shot over the right center field fence. 1-0 here. That's inside. It's 2-0 now. Henderson State continues to face the Bulldogs starter, Nate Postlethwaite. Postlethwaite 3 innings now, 3+, 7 hits, 5 runs, all of them earned, 3 walks, 2 Ks. Myers, who bats, one of the 2 strikeout victims. He struck out looking in the second. Hitters count 2-0 to Myers. 2-1. Myers gave it a thought, kept the bat on the shoulders, didn't love it. And if you don't love it, 2-0, don't swing at it. 2 on, nobody out for the Reddies, bottom of the fourth. Mitchell Jr. on second, Stevens on first. Both batters singling through the right side on their trip. 2-1. That is a strike at the knees of Myers. 2-2. Big spot for Myers. 1 for 2 so far today. Myers, the most tenured Reddy. This is his 167th game, his 161st start. Myers calls for time, and he gets it, luckily, because that was a great pitch by Postlethwaite. Would have been strike 3 if Myers had not swung. Sometimes home plate umpire won't grant you time. He'll say you called it too late. But Myers gets time, steps back in the box. Still 2-2. 2 on, nobody out. Bottom 4. Here it comes from Postlethwaite. That's outside and low. Myers takes. 3-2. Big sequence here. Mitchell Jr. on second, Stevens on first. Full count. Bottom of the fourth, nobody out. Postlethwaite trying to salvage his start, trying to keep it close. Henderson State looking for the start of another big inning. 3-2. That's in the dirt. Myers takes and works a walk. Myers shows you why he's got a .447 on-base percentage, which leads the team coming in. And the bases are loaded for Alec Lewis. Big opportunity for Lewis to get off or get out of a little bit of a mini slump. Lewis 0 for his last 9. Bases loaded, nobody out, bottom of the fourth for Lewis. That's low, kept in front by the catcher Larson. He's been a busy, busy backstop for the Bulldogs today. Postlethwaite has already thrown 2 wild pitches, and if not for Larson, could be 5 or 6. 1-0 to the left-handed batter Lewis. Low and outside, 2-0. Lewis, like I said, 0 for his last 9. Before that, though, in his previous 5 games, had gone 10 for 24. Coming into the weekend, he was batting .313 and leading the team in slugging percentage. 2-0. That runs inside, and Larson keeps it in front. 3-0. So Lewis, gotta believe he's taken all the way here with the bases loaded in a 3-0 count. Two singles and a walk already for Henderson State in the bottom of the fourth. Looking to start a big inning. 3-0. Lewis swings. It gets away from the third baseman, Dos Santos, and everybody is safe. That'll be scored an error on the third baseman, Dos Santos. He ranged to his left over the third base bag. It popped out of the glove into foul territory. Everybody advances. Mitchell Jr. comes home. Stevens goes to third. Myers to second. And Lewis safe on the error. We will have a pitching change. The Bulldogs make a move on the mound as the day of Postlethwaite is done. Reddies up 6-1. We'll be back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field, bottom of the fourth. Reddies already with 1 run in the frame as Alec Lewis reached on an error by the third baseman Dos Santos. With the bases loaded, everybody moves up, everybody's safe. Mitchell Jr. scores. So the bases still loaded for Caden Argenbright. Nobody out, bottom of the fourth. Reddies up 6-1. Bulldogs have a new pitcher on the mound as their starter Nate Postlethwaite's day is done. This is Noah Chapin. Chapin misses outside to Argenbright. Here's the 1-0, now 2-0 as Chapin misses high. Each pitching staff has issued 4 walks to their counterparts. 2 are Argenbright. 2-1. Outside fastball as Chapin gets the call from the home plate umpire. Postlethwaite responsible for all 3 runners on the base paths. 2-1 to Argenbright. Swung on and sent through the left side of the infield. Stevens scores. Myers heading home. He slides head first. He will score. And Alec Lewis picked off of second, trying to advance on the throw home. So 2 RBI for Argenbright, but Henderson State gives up an out. That's the second base running mistake the Reddies have made today. Second out they have run into. Aguilar ran into the third out of the bottom of the first. Lewis runs into the first out here in the bottom of the fourth. Reddies lead 8-1. They are all over the Bulldogs of Southwestern Oklahoma State as Daniel Colasanto digs in. Colasanto takes helmet high, 1-0. So 1 on, 1 out for the Reddies. Bottom of the fourth, 8-1 ball game. 1-0 to Colasanto. Make it 2-0. Chapin doesn't get the call, outside edge. Argenbright with the 2-run single, now 3 ribbies on the day after his solo shot in the third. Colasanto skews off the 2-0, out of play foul. Reddies with crooked numbers now in the first and the fourth. Reddies got a quartet in the first behind a 3-run homer from Joe Myers, a trio here in the fourth. And we've got 1 on and 1 out. Colasanto waits on the 2-1. That runs inside. 3-1 to Coley. Colasanto struck out in the first. He was the 6th batter of the first inning, and he was the first guy to retire with an out. 3-1. 5-pitch walk to Colasanto, who has turned his day around. Started with a strikeout, singled in the third, and walks here in the bottom of the fourth. So looking back now, that out that Alec Lewis ran into, Reddies certainly want that one back, because if Lewis doesn't run into that first out, then the bases are reloaded with still nobody out as Josh Aguilar digs in. Reddies up 8-1. Bottom of the fourth over the Bulldogs. First pitch to Aguilar, fouled as it caroms off the plate and back spins into the concrete wall behind home plate. Aguilar looking for his first hit, walked in the first, stranded at second, grounded into a 4-6 fielder's choice in the third. 1 out, 2 on for the Reddies. Argenbright on second, Colasanto on first. 0-1 to Aguilar. Strike 2 called. Aguilar disagrees with the call. Henderson State, I don't think the Reddies dugout thinks they've gotten a great zone today, just based on body language. Oh, 2. Fouled back. Count will stay the same. We'll do it again. So Noah Chapin working in relief of the starter Nate Postlethwaite. Postlethwaite, his day's done. Not responsible for any more runners. As the 0-2 misses outside. Postlethwaite ends with a 3+ line as he faced batters but did not get any out here in the bottom of the fourth. 7 hits, 8 runs, 7 earned, 8 walks, 2 Ks, 2 wild pitches. 1-2 backdoor breaking ball stays on the porch. 2-2 now to Aguilar. 2 on, 1 out, bottom of the 4th. Reddies have already scored 3 in the inning. And of course looking to add more with their left-handed catcher. That's outside. Count full after Chapin had gotten ahead of Aguilar 0-2. Aguilar digs back in, 3-2. Chapin off the rubber after Aguilar calls for time. Chapin entering for postal wait. Gotten 1 out only because Alec Lewis ran into an out, trying to move up to 3rd, advancing on a throw home as the Bulldogs tried to throw out Joe Meyer sliding home. Chapin's giving up 1 hit, walked 1. Runners take off. And no throw down. That is ball 4. So Chapin, who was way ahead, 0-2, loses Aguilar. A great at-bat by Aguilar to load the bases, 1 out. And Nick Butler will come to the plate. Second time, Butler will hit with the bases loaded today. Reddies up 8-1, bottom of the 4th. Already 3 runs in the inning for HSU. He scored 4 in the first, also added a solo home run in the 3rd as Butler swings through a fastball, 0-1. Argenbright on 3rd, Colasanto on 2nd, Aguilar on 1st. Argenbright singled and brought home 2 with a single through the left side. Colasanto and Aguilar both reached by way of the walk. 0-1 to Butler. 0-2. Good pitch by Chapin. Butler playing in his 13th game this season, making his 5th start. Already a great play defensively, looking for a big hit here. 0-2. Shot right side, slow roller. Throw to second by Soto, gets away from the shortstop Gonzalez, and the Reddies score 2 runs. An error by the Bulldogs infield, as Soto, the second baseman, may have tried to get a little greedy. There was no way, absolutely no way, that the Bulldogs were going to turn 2 on Nick Butler there. That was a slow ground ball to second base that Soto had to charge. Butler runs well, and 2 more runs score for HSU. Butler reaches on an error as Bryson Haskins digs in. Reddies are up 10-1. Haskins swings and misses. 0-1. So I believe one of those runs is earned and one of them is unearned, because one of them would have come home, as you can't assume the double play. But the second run, scored by Colasanto, that'll be unearned because Colasanto would not have come home if the play had been made. 0-1 to Haskins. 0-2. And again, Henderson State's home crowd disagreeing with the call. Bryson Haskins, the hitter, shaking his head. He digs back in. 0-2. 2 on for the Reddies. Aguilar at second. Butler at first. 1 out. Haskins swings. Slow roller to second. This could be 2. Soto flips to Gonzalez. Gonzalez's throw pulls Baxley off the bag. And Haskins reaches with the fielder's choice. Good effort by Haskins to get down the line, because that keeps the inning alive for Danny Mitchell Jr., who's already 2 for 3. It also keeps things going with Aguilar on third, so Haskins hustling down the line continues the threat for the Reddies, who have already scored 5 in the bottom of the 4th here. First pitch to Mitchell Jr. That's muscled foul. Mitchell Jr. inside outs it down the left field line. The North Little Rock native, the senior, Mitchell Jr., led off this inning. The Reddies bat around. 0-1. That runs inside, gets away. Aguilar's going to try to come home. He is safe. Another wild pitch for the Bulldogs pitching staff, and Henderson State will take the run. 10-run lead for the Reddies. It is 11-1. And going back to that hustle from Haskins, sprinting down the line so that Southwestern Oklahoma State couldn't turn the double play, the Reddies get another chance and take advantage as Aguilar comes home to score on the wild pitch. Mitchell Jr. waits on the 1-1. 1-2 now, striking the knees. Mitchell Jr. has hit safely in 7 of his last 8 games. He's 2 for 3 today. So make it 8 of his last 9. None of those previous 7 games, though, with hits. He ever had a multi-hit game. He's already got one here, 2 for 3. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Mitchell Jr. goes down. And the Bulldogs out of the inning, but not before the Reddies get a touchdown. 6 runs in the bottom of the 4th for the Reddies. They lead 11-1 as we go to the 5th on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clyde Field, top of the 5th. Henderson State dominating the first game of our 3-game weekend set as they play host to the Southwestern Oklahoma State Bulldogs. Reddies up 11-1 as Miguel Soto digs in and takes a fastball high and outside from Austin Cross. Cross has gotten more than enough run support so far from HSU in his 5th inning of work. He's gone 4+ now as he misses low, 2-0 to Soto. Cross, 4+, 4 hits, 1 run. It was earned. It was a solo home run off the bat of Keyshawn Smith. He's walked 4, struck out 1. This is hit hard, left side of the infield. Shortstop Myers backhands, and he short hops Stevens at first. That will be an error on Myers as Soto reaches with nobody out here in the top of the 5th. So a nice play by Myers to go with a backhand, but his throw dipping, and Stevens could not pick it at first. Digging in, Zach Baxley. Fastball outside, 1-0. Baxley's average now up over 500. 511 to be exact. 24 hits for Baxley and 47 at-bats this season. 1-0. 2-0. Baxley walked in the first and singled to left in the 3rd. He bats with Soto on first here. Nobody out top of the 5th. 2-0. Make it 3-0. Cross has thrown 6 pitches in the inning. SWOSU has swung at 1 of them. The other 5 have been balls and really not close to the zone. Henderson State, a little bit of activity out there in the bullpen. Looks like Ethan Perry's warming up. 3-0, 4-pitch walk. So Henderson State, with a 10-run lead here in the top of the 5th, 11-1, not doing what you want to do, playing comfortably. When you're up by this many runs, you just want to pound the strike zone, lean on your defense, but an error and a 4-pitch walk to start the top of the 5th now for the Bulldogs as Drew White digs in. First pitch to White. That is a ball. One out to White. 2 on, nobody out. Top of the 5th for the Bulldogs. Lashed foul. Now the third baseline. 1-1. Cross, the redshirt junior out of Ashdown, Arkansas, has had control problems this year after, or so far through this game now. His season totals 20 walks this season, just 14 strikeouts. Cross has walked 5 today, struck out just 1. Not the strikeout to walk ratio you want to have, but he's limited the damage, so give him credit. This is a single through the left side. Soto will turn and come home without a throw. The Bulldogs make it a 9-run game, 11-2 here in the top of the 5th. That is an unearned run, as Soto reached on an error by the shortstop Joe Myers, but it is a run nonetheless, as the Bulldogs look for life in the top of the 5th. Down by 9 now, as the line continues with Talon Mullins-Ohm. Mullins-Ohm splits the order, bats 5th, plays left for SWOSU today. First pitch to Mullins-Ohm, swinging strike, 0-1. Mullins-Ohm 0 for 1 today, walked in the 2nd, struck out in the 3rd. So he's the only strikeout victim of Henderson State's starter Austin Cross. 0-1. This is popped to center field. Drifting over to left center is Haskins. Tagging at 2nd and coming to 3rd is Baxley. He slides in just in time. It was a great throw by Haskins. Baxley moves up to 3rd. And White behind him goes to 2nd. So both runners advance, and now 2 runners in scoring position as Dos Santos digs in. And Dos Santos has had an unlucky 0 for 2 today. He has scorched 2 hard-hit balls to right field, but both plays made by Nick Butler. One was a double play in the 2nd, another one a line out in the 4th. Breaking ball, strike 1 from Cross. Runners on 2nd and 3rd for the Bulldogs here in the top of the 5th. Reddies up 11-2. Aguilar tried to frame it on the outside corner, did not get the call. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners on 2nd and 3rd. Top of the 5th. Reddies up 11-2. This is lashed right at the shortstop Myers, and he dives to 2nd base, beating White back to the bag. That's the 2nd time the Reddies have turned a hard-hit line drive into 2 outs. What an unlucky day at the plate for Dos Santos. The 2nd time he has lined into a double play, and Henderson State gets out of the inning as the Bulldogs can scrounge just 1 run. So it was error, walk, single, fly out, and double play. So the first 3 hitters reached, and then in the blink of an eye, Cross got rid of them. Reddies will go to the bottom of the fifth, up 11-2 on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Batting first baseman, number 26, Grayson Stevens.
Welcome back to Clydeberry Field here on the campus of Henderson State University. Bottom of the fifth. Reddies up 11-2. Grayson Stevens digs in and leads off. Takes a ball outside. Southwestern Oklahoma State's infield's playing slightly to the right, expecting a pull from the left-handed batter. This shortstop Gonzalez playing essentially behind second base as Stevens grounds it into the Bulldogs' dugout down the first base line. Stevens has had a great day at the plate. He's reached safely all three times. Walked and scored in the first, singled in the second, singled and scored in the fourth. 1-1. Off the hands, opposite field, and foul, 1-2. Stevens came into this ball game third on the team in average, 301 for qualified hitters. He's bumped that average up to 320. 1-2 from Chapin, taken strike three. Nice pitch by Chapin as Stevens goes down for the first time today, looking. And the Bulldogs retire the first batter of the bottom of the fifth. Not something they've done a great job of doing so far. Only the second time today the Bulldogs pitchers have gotten Henderson State's leadoff hitters. Joe Myers digs in. Myers, a 3-run home run in the bottom of the first. And the Reddies lead 11-2. That's still the difference in the ball game. Henderson State, 11 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. Southwestern Oklahoma State, 2 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors. Myers fouls off the first pitch, and now the second. Austin Cross, who got the start for HSU today, officially in line for the win as he completed his 5th inning of work a couple minutes ago in the top of the 5th. The Bulldogs starter, Nate Postlethwaite, in line for the loss. 0-2 to Myers. Outside 1-2. Game 1 here at Clydeberry. Game 1 of a 3-game weekend set. Henderson State has set the tone already. 4 runs in the bottom of the first, 6 more in the fourth. They lead 11-2 here in the bottom of the fifth as Myers stays alive. Just gets a piece of the 1-2 breaking ball. Base is empty for Henderson State's RBI leader and possibly the conference's RBI leader. Joe Myers came into the day second in the GAC with 24 runs batted in, but now he's got 27. 1-2. Just stays alive again. Off the end of the bat. That may have gotten a piece of the catcher Larson. Myers digs back in. Myers a 3-run home run in the first, struck out looking in the second, walked and scored in the fourth. So batting for the 4th time here in the 5th inning. 1-2. That's outside, skips away from Larson, but again the base path's empty, so no issue for the Bulldogs backstop, who has had a very busy day behind the plate, taking care of 2 pitchers who have not appeared to have their A-plus stuff. Postal Weight especially did not. He came into the game with a 2.08 ERA, gave up 8 earned runs in 3 innings. 2-2. Check swing from Myers. He did not go, and the fastball at the shins. Count evened up. Myers, with great plate discipline, came into the afternoon .447 on base percentage to lead the team. Full count here. Slap left side. The shortstop Gonzalez charges and makes a running throw to nab Myers by a step. 6-3, second out of the bottom of the 5th, as Myers battles but eventually goes down. Alec Lewis trying to jumpstart his day. Lewis 0 for 2. Walked and scored in the first, grounded into a fielder's choice in the second, reached on an error in the 4th. He bats with the bases empty. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. First pitch swinging bunt. Chopper down the first base line. The pitcher Chapin over to field and fire for out number 3. So Henderson State retired in order for the first time today. We'll go to the 6th. HSU in front 11-2 on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field here on the campus of Henderson State University. Reddies up 11-2. Top of the 6th inning. Keyshawn Smith leads off for the Bulldogs and takes a ball inside 1-0. That was the 81st pitch by Henderson State starter Austin Cross. Just 40 of them strikes. And now 82 pitches and still 40 strikes. Back-to-back breaking balls skip off the turf. 2-0 to Smith, who's 2 for 2 with a home run today. Fastball misses outside. 3-0. 4-pitch walk. 6th walk issued by Cross today. 5+ innings now. Cross has not paid the price. None of those walks have come around to score. SWOSU's only 2 runs coming from a solo home run, and after Soto reached on an error, as Cross misses once more, low, below the knees of Griffin Larson. 1-0. 2-0. 6 straight balls to start the top of the 6th for Austin Cross, and I wouldn't be surprised if this turns into a walk. This could be Cross's last batter, as Henderson State has had the bullpen going up for the last inning. 2-0. 3-0. Smith leads off first. 3-0 to Larson. Strike 1. Nobody out here. Top of the 6th. Smith on first. Larson waits on the 3-1. Reddies up by 9 runs. That stays upstairs, helmet high, and Cross has thrown 9 pitches here in the top of the 6th, 8 of them balls, 2 walks. And we will have a mound visit, and it looks like Austin Cross's day is likely done. We'll step away on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field, top of the 6th. New pitcher for the Reddies. Austin Cross's day is done, but he is responsible for the runners on first and second after offering back-to-back walks to Keyshawn Smith and Griffin Larson. On the mound now for HSU is the freshman, right-hander, Ethan Perry, who will face Mark Gonzalez, Bulldogs 9-hole hitter. First pitch strike from Perry. Henderson State up 11-2 in the first game of a 3-game weekend set over the visiting Southwestern Oklahoma State Bulldogs. 0-1 from Perry. Make it 0-2 as Gonzalez fouls it off and into the netting near the on-deck circle in front of Henderson State's dugout down the third base line. Gonzalez 0 for 1 today, flew out to center in the second, walked in the fourth. Perry looking for what would be a big first out here, top of the 6th, with a 2-on. Perry 0-2 to the plate. Breaking ball stays upstairs, shoulder height on Gonzalez. Gonzalez playing in his 6th game, getting his sixth start for the Bulldogs, as this is the Bulldogs' 14th game. Gonzalez 3 hits and 8 at-bats and comes up empty as Perry starts his outing with a strikeout. A big big first out for Perry, getting Gonzalez to swing through a 1-2 and getting the first out of the inning in his back pocket before the order resets with the ever-dangerous Alex Bedard, who is 0 for 3 so far today. Bedard digs in, crouched stance. Smith on second, Larson on first. Gets away from Aguilar as Bedard had to lean out of the way. That is a wild pitch on Perry. The force at second and third with the runners on first and second taken away. And now 2 runners in scoring position for Alex Bedard, who has hit a couple balls very hard today, but has come up empty. Line out in the first, ground out in the fifth, fly out in the fourth. Bats here with 2 steaks on the grill in the top of the sixth. 1-0. 1-1. Perry gets the call outside corner with the fastball. Perry came into this outing having worked 12 innings so far this year, given up 17 hits, 7 earned runs, walked 5, struck out 5. 1-1 Bedard. This is hit to Myers, the shortstop. Myers gloves it, shovels his feet, and throws to first for the out. Henderson State content to trade the run for the out as Smith scores from third. And it's now an 8-run ball game, 11-3. That run will be charged to Austin Cross as Cross walked Smith before he came around to score. Now a runner on second, represented by Larson, 2 outs, as Soto digs in. First pitch to the second baseman Soto, right back to the ready shortstop Myers. Again, he short hops Grayson Stevens, and a run will score. Larson never stopped running around second. Second error on Myers today. Second time he has short hopped his first baseman Stevens. And now the Bulldogs with 2 runs here in the top of the sixth. 11-4 game. The door staying slightly ajar for the Bulldogs. Down 7 runs in the top of the sixth, and this will get through the infield for a single as Baxley dribbles one through the left side past the diving Joe Myers. So the inning continues for the Bulldogs. 2 on, 2 out. Top of the sixth. Henderson State up 11-4. Drew White digs in. 1 for 3 with an RBI. Single in the fifth. First pitch to White. Fouled off out of play. White's RBI was an unearned run. It scored Miguel Soto, who had reached on an error to lead off the inning. Two on, 2 out. Perry a long time on the rubber. And finally, Drew White, the hitter, calls time. White steps out, back into the box. Perry steps off and back on to the rubber. 0-1. This is grounded to third. A Sunday hop for Argenbright. He gloves it head high and steps on third for the force out. Henderson State out of the inning. The Bulldogs get a pair of runs on 1 hit, helped along by an error. Reddies will bat in the bottom of the sixth, up 11-4 when we come back. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field here on the campus of Henderson State University. The Reddies in control, up 11-4, bottom of the 6th. Caden Argenbright leads off for HSU and takes a fastball outside, 1-0. Working on the hill for the Bulldogs is right-hander Noah Chapin, 1-0 to Argenbright. That runs inside 2-0 to Henderson State's freshman third baseman, who's had a great day at the dish. Hit by a pitch in the first, solo home run in the third, 2-run single in the fourth, and takes outside 3-0. Argenbright trying to give Henderson State a leadoff base runner. Reddies have gotten their leadoff man on in the first, the third, and the fourth. 3-0. 4-pitch walk. Argenbright has now reached 4 different ways. He's reached being plunked, home run, single, and a walk.
Batting, second baseman number 2, Daniel Molisanto.
So 1 on. Argenbright takes first for the Reddies, bottom of the 6th. Henderson State has scored in every inning in which they've put the leadoff man on board. Colasanto digs in, 1 for 2 with a run. Colasanto flips the hips, but keeps the bat back, takes a strike, 0-1. Chapin took over for the starter Postlethwaite in the top of the 4th. He's gone 2 innings, 1 hit, 3 runs, only 1 earned, 3 walks, 2 Ks, as this hits Colasanto in the lower body, and Colasanto will take first base. That is the second time Colasanto has reached without needing to move the bat. He walked in the 4th and now hit by a pitch here in the bottom of the 6th. Henderson State trying to restart a big inning. The Reddies got 4 in the first, 6 in the 4th. They also got 1 in the 3rd with a solo home run from Caden Argenbright, the man who leads off second base. So Henderson State has had a pair of crooked numbers on the board, and looking for another one as Josh Aguilar digs in. 2 on, nobody out, bottom of the 6th. Aguilar swings at the first pitch, fouls it out of play into the amphitheater style seating here at Clydeberry Field. Aguilar, senior out of Dallas, Texas. 0 for 1, 2 walks and a run today. Waits on the 0-1. Way outside, backdoor breaking ball, stays on the porch. 1-1 from Chapin. 3 wild pitches and 3 hit batters for the Bulldogs staff today. They've also walked 7 Henderson State hitters. 1-1. Hit hard and through the right side. Coming around, heading home, and sliding in safely is Caden Argenbright. Josh Aguilar, an RBI single. So the Reddies go walk, hit batter, single to start the 6th. And their lead back to 8. They're up 12-4 as Josh Aguilar gets in on the action with his first hit of the day. And this will bring up Nick Butler as the Reddies will have a pinch runner. This will be Jake Dunn going to second base. So Colasanto's day is done. And as usual, it was a good one. Colasanto 1 for 2, reached safely 3 times, and I'd be surprised to see anybody except for Logan Cowart at second base in the top of the 7th after the Reddies are done with their bats in the bottom of the 6th. Nick Butler digs in, runners on first and second, still nobody out. Butler squares to bunt, pulls the bat back. Strike called, though, as it gets away from the catcher Larson. Both runners advance. That'll be a passed ball. So Butler, even though he pulled the bat back and didn't try to get down the bunt, Larson did his job for him. No more runners to advance over. Butler will hit. Runners on second and third. Nobody out here. Bottom of the sixth. Again, Reddies up 12 runs to 4. 0-1 to Butler. Outside 1-1. Larson framed it but did not get the decision. The batter's box, the batter's circle, shaded now by the pine trees that surround Clydeberry Field. But the majority of the infield and all of the outfield still all sun. 1-1 to Butler. That's even further outside. 2-1. Butler's had a good day at the plate. Even better, though, with the glove. He made a spectacular sliding catch in the second and then threw out a runner that was too far off first base for a double play. 2-1 to Butler. Swung on, fouled off, 2-2. Great day for baseball here in Arkadelphia. 70 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. Henderson State playing as well as the weather looks. Reddies up 12-4, bottom of the sixth, looking for more. Butler, the lefty hitter, the right fielder, waits on the 2-2 with 2 on and nobody out. Hit to the right side. This will score a run. Dunn, the pinch runner, who replaced Colasanto, scores. Butler has another RBI. That is his third of the day. Aguilar moves to third, and that is a good piece of hitting from Nick Butler. Got 2 strikes on him. And in that situation, you're just trying to put it in play and score a run. Doesn't matter how. Butler gets the job done as the Reddies lead goes back to 9. 13-4. This one gets away from the catcher Larson, and Aguilar will score. That's the second time Aguilar has scored today on a wild pitch. 14-4. Reddies back up by 10 runs. So after the Bulldogs got a little bit of life, scoring a run in the 5th and 2 in the 6th to make it a 7-run ball game, Henderson State has taken old Uncle Momentum right back. They lead 14-4 as Haskins swings and chops a ground ball foul down the third base line. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Base paths cleared after the RBI ground out from Butler and the wild pitch that scored Aguilar. Off speed, 1-2 now as Chapin's 1-1 falls in there for a strike. Haskins trying to get himself going at the plate. 0 for 3 today. Checked his swing. Got a piece. It dribbles foul into the Southwestern Oklahoma State dugout down the first baseline. Henderson State 9 hits as a team, but 14 runs. 1-2 to Haskins. That's outside, kept in front by Larson, who slid to his right. The Southwestern Oklahoma State pitching staff has not done themselves many favors today. They've walked 7 batters, thrown 4 wild pitches, hit 3, along with giving up the 9 hits, as Haskins slaps a ground ball fair down the third base line. Boy, oh boy, did Bryson Haskins need that one. That turns an 0 for 3 into a 1 for 4 with a double. And Haskins will hopefully use that to get back on track. Coming into this one, Haskins just 1 hit in his last 5 starts. Haskins, one of the best gloves, not just in the conference, but in all of D2 college baseball. He's got an unbelievable glove out in center field, so Henderson State wants him in the lineup as Haskins appears to have forced the hand of the Southwestern Oklahoma State coaching staff will have a mound visit and a pitching change. Chapin's day is done, and the Bulldogs will bring in their third pitcher of the afternoon when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Henderson State looking to add in the bottom of the sixth. They've already scored 3 in the inning. Bryson Haskins leads off second. Danny Mitchell Jr. digs in, facing a new pitcher for the Bulldogs. This is Grant Huey. Huey takes over for Noah Chapin, who is responsible for Haskins on second. Huey steps off the rubber. And now back on. Mitchell Jr., 2 for 4 today. Double in the first, single in the fourth. First pitch to Mitchell Jr. outside, 1-0. Mitchell Jr. came into this one having hit safely in 7 of his last 8 games, but in those had no multi-hit game. So Mitchell Jr. putting together a 2-hit game today, looking for hit number 3 as Huey gets the call with the fastball at the belt. Mitchell Jr. batted .212 in his first 18 games of 2019, then batted .375 the rest of the way. He's batting .228 through 17 games so far in 2021, but he's 2 for 4 today, so hopefully this is just the start of Mitchell Jr. getting back going as he skies one to shallow right field. Smith makes the play, tagging but staying put at second is Haskins as Mitchell Jr. flies out for out number 2 here in the bottom of the 6th.
First baseman, number 26, Grayson Stevens.
Grayson Stevens comes back to the plate for his 5th appearance. He's 2 for 3 with a walk. Scored a pair of runs. No RBIs for Stevens. But an opportunity here as Haskins, his center fielder, leads off second. First pitch to Stevens. Breaking ball. Catches the top of the zone. 0-1. Bulldogs had a shift on. The shortstop Gonzalez playing behind second base. The second baseman Soto playing basically just a backed up second base, playing about as shallow as you can get in right field. 0-1, make it 0-2. That's a beautiful backdoor breaking ball from Huey. Huey has not been used too much this season. Just 5 innings pitched so far coming in. Giving up 4 hits, 5 earned runs. He's looked sharp so far, trying to end the inning 0-2 to Stevens. Stevens off the hands, pops it up. Foul territory, the third baseman Santos over, moving to his right to make the play, and the Bulldogs out of it. But not before the Reddies score 3 runs. They lead 14-4. We'll head to the 7th on the Henderson State Sports Network. Dang. Welcome back to Clyde-Berry Field, top of the 7th. Talon Mullins Ohm digs in for the Bulldogs. He bats 5th, so it'll be 5, 6, 7. Due up for SWOSU here in T7. Mullins 0 for 2, walked in the 2nd, struck out in the 3rd, flew out to center in the 5th. Ethan Perry on the hill for HSU. He took over for Austin Cross in the 6th. And his first pitch of the 7th is taken inside, ball 1. Cross, the Henderson State starter, in line for the win today. He went 5 innings, gave up 2 earned runs, as Perry misses low and outside, 2-0. Cross, little fortunate though. Cross walked 7 Bulldog batters, but not a single one of those walks came home to score. 2-0. 2-1. Mullins Ohm swings through. So Cross, if Henderson State can close it out, we'll move to 2 and 3. Perry on the hill here. 1+ inning so far for Perry. 1 hit, 1 K. 2-1. This is launched to right field. Over to make a jogging catch. Tracking towards the right field line is Nick Butler for out number 1. Ryan Dos Santos getting set to dig in, and sometimes it's just not your day, and it has not been Ryan Dos Santos' day. He has hit the ball right on the barrel 3 times, and he's got nothing to show for it. He's 0 for 3 as he digs in, fouls off the first pitch of the AB 0-1, and 2 of those 3 line outs resulted in double plays. In the first, he lined out to right. Nick Butler made a sliding catch and threw out a base runner trying to get back to first. In the 5th, he lined out to the shortstop Joe Myers, who beat the base runner back to the bag at second. 0-1 to Dos Santos. Beautiful backdoor breaking ball from Perry, maybe his best pitch of his outing so far. 0-2. Perry looking to double his strikeout total right here. Can't do it, but it stays 0-2. Dos Santos fights it off, and we'll do it again. Reddies up 14-4. It has been all HSU all day. Reddies got 4 in the bottom of the first, added 1 more in the 3rd, got 6 in the 4th, and after a little bit of momentum for SWOSU in the 5th and the 6th, Henderson State got 3 in the bottom of the 6th to make it a 14-4 ball game. This is sent to left field. It tails foul. Danny Mitchell Jr. One of the most athletic athletes on campus. A long run, but never had a chance. It bounced about 18 inches to the right of the concrete wall down there in left field. So Mitchell Jr. wise to hold himself up there and go to a sliding stop. Dos Santos trying to battle, trying to make something happen for the Bulldogs, who trail by 10 runs in the top of the 7th. Another foul ball off the bat of Dos Santos. He continues to stay alive here. Henderson State has done an excellent job today of limiting the Bulldog bats. Bulldogs came into this one batting .356 as a team. Only 6 hits so far for SWOSU. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Tipped off the bat, squeezed by the glove of the catcher Aguilar. And Dos Santos retired. He's 0 for 4. And Ethan Perry will try to retire Keyshawn Smith now, who's been the Bulldogs' toughest out. First pitch to Smith, way outside, 1-0. Smith, 2 for 2. He's reached safely in all 3 trips to the plate, homered in the 2nd, singled in the 4th, walked and scored in the 6th. Called strike 1. 1-1 the count from Perry, who pitched on the 23rd against Arkansas Tech. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Perry pulls the string. Perry, the freshman, back onto the rubber, looking for back-to-back strikeouts. Here comes the 1-2. Swing and a miss! Ethan Perry pulls the string, and the Reddies win it in run rule fashion.
That's your ball game. Final score: Henderson State 14, Southwestern Oklahoma State 4. Fans stick around as game 2 of today's doubleheader is set to begin in just about 30 minutes.
So a very rare in-conference run rule. If you're up by 10 with 7 innings completed, right? I should say 6 innings completed and up by 10 going into the bottom of the 7th. That's the run rule. In softball, it's 8 runs after 5. Baseball, it's 10 runs after 7. So Henderson State run rules the Bulldogs of Southwestern Oklahoma State, and this Reddies team a lot of potential. I got to say, I don't know if I saw this one coming. SWOSU coming off a 3-game sweep of Ouachita Baptist in which they outscored the Tigers 22-3. But today the Reddies beat them 14-4. And we will be back in half an hour as the Reddies will try to sweep the twin billing and win the series on Friday evening. So stick with us. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Is this new?
welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Henderson State got out of a bases loaded jam in the top of the first. The Reddies will have a chance to score first as we enter the bottom half of inning number 1. The Reddies will lead it off as Danny Mitchell Jr. digs in, facing SWOSU's starting pitcher Vance Ferraro. Ferraro, this is outside 1-0, the first pitch here in B1. Mitchell Jr., lefty leadoff hitter for HSU, takes a strike at the knees, 1-1. He thought that was low. Ferraro has been excellent this year, 2.16 ERA, making his 5th appearance, making his 3rd start, 1-1 to Mitchell Jr., 2-1. Ferraro is 1-0. He's pitched 16 2/3 innings, given up 13 hits, 10 runs, but just 4 of them earned. 3 walks, struck out 16 batters. 2-1 to Mitchell Jr. Hammered, but it's hung up in right field. Thought Mitchell Jr. got more of that ball than he did. And Mitchell Jr. flies to right field as Smith camps under it for out number 1. So Mitchell Jr. flies out to right. Joe Myers, who batted 3rd for HSU in game 1 of today's doubleheader, bats 2nd with 1 out and nobody on the base paths in the bottom of the first 0-0 ball game. Again, SWOSU 2 hits and a walk, loaded the bases in the top of the first, but came up empty. 1-0 to Myers, 1-1. Ferraro starting with the breaking ball, that missed, then going back to numero uno. Fastball catches the outer half, 1-1 to Myers. A right-handed hitter, the senior for HSU. Another strike, the breaking ball from Ferraro. That is a vicious pitch. He's only thrown it a couple times, obviously bottom of the first early on in this ball game, but you can tell that ball's got some serious life to it. 1-2, runs in, gets away from the catcher Baxley, but nobody on the base paths, no issue. Baxley played first base in game 1. He catches here in game 2. 2-2. Breaking ball. Stung into left field. Joe Myers will take a long turnaround first. He's going to hold up and return to the bag wisely. Myers handles a 2-2. And the Reddies have a 1-out base runner as Joe Myers has his 2nd hit of the afternoon. Myers 1 for 3 in game 1, including a tone-setting 3-run homer. In the bottom of the first, they give the Reddies a 3-run lead. First pitch to Grayson Stevens, taken for a ball outside. Ferraro, a lefty pitcher, and he will face about a half and half lineup in terms of lefties and righties. 4 lefties, 5 righties for HSU today. Ferraro gets the strike, 1-1. Lineup for the Reddies: lefty righty, lefty righty, lefty righty, lefty righty, righty. 1-1 to Stevens. Stevens turns the hips but keeps the bat back as the breaking ball misses low and outside, 2-1. 1 on, 1 out, bottom of the first, 0-0. Myers leads off first base after the 1-out single to left, 2-1. 3-1, Ferraro misses outside. 3-1, hitters count to Stevens, the junior from Pottsville, Arkansas. Trying to get something going for the Reddies in the bottom of the first. 3-1. Popped up. Shallow right field. The second baseman, Soto, makes the play for out number 2. So Stevens just misses and gets under it. Soto makes the routine play. Stevens retired P4. for out number 2. Corbin Sestinas, the freshman out of Coral Springs, Florida, digs in. Sestinas batting cleanup today for the Reddies, and this kid has just come out of nowhere to make a huge impact for the Reddies as of late. High and outside from Ferraro. Easy take for Sestinas. Sestinas really hadn't heard much from him, much about him. Heard his potential, but he has just come in and smoked the cover off the ball. 9 hits and 18 at-bats so far this season for Sestinas. 1-0. 1-1. Sestinas really got his chance in the midweek game against Ouachita Baptist back on March 16th, and he took advantage. Sestinas went 2 for 4 with a double. He earned some more playing time, and his next 2 starts, he's gone a combined 5 for 10 with 3 RBIs. Sestinas, a right-handed hitter, upright stance, swings at the 1-1 and rockets it into the dugout of SWOSU. Lucky for the Bulldogs, the netting in front of the bench. That could have been bad. Sestinas late. Count goes to 1-2. Myers leads off first. 2 outs, bottom of the first. Myers takes off, and he will get to second safely without a throw and without a slide as the 1-2 misses inside, and the catcher, Baxley, couldn't concern himself with the runner Myers. He just had to make sure that stayed in front. So Myers steals second. Count goes even. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the first. 0-0 ball game. Sestinas, Henderson State's freshman catcher, trying to break the tie. Back up the middle, going to be a tough play for Soto. He slides, it gets away from him. Myers will come home and score. The pitcher, Ferraro, for some reason cut off the throw from the second baseman Soto, and Henderson State has an RBI single from Corbin Sestinas. So the Reddies manufacture a run. That would have never happened if Myers hadn't have stolen second, and Myers, the smart senior, never slowed down. He just kept on going, chugged around third, and scored as Sestinas has the RBI infield single. Soto made a good play to just knock it down and keep it on the infield, and his throw home, I'm not sure if it would have been on time, but it was certainly on line, but the pitcher Ferraro made a diving play to cut it off at the pitcher's mound as Argenbright flies one to left field, and it tails foul. A long run for the left fielder Mullins-Ohm, the shortstop Gonzalez, and the third baseman Dos Santos, but none of the Bulldogs fielders could get to it. And the lazy fly ball drops harmlessly. 1-1. Reddies lead 1-0, bottom of the first, after the infield RBI single from Corbin Sestinas. 1-1 to Argenbright. 1-2, the breaking ball. Inside and catches the top of the strike zone. Good pitch from Ferraro. Argenbright's been excellent with the bat in hand today. 2 for 2, 3 RBI in game 1. Argenbright launches it to shallow left field. Coming on to make the play is Mullins-Ohm. He battles the sun and wins. Argenbright retired for the 3rd out of the bottom of the first, but Henderson State, a 2-out ribby from Corbin Sestinas, and the Reddies lead 1-0 as we go to the 2nd inning on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Batting right fielder behind Sean Smith.
Welcome back to Clydeberry Field here in the top of the second. Reddies lead 1-0 as Keyshawn Smith leads off for the Bulldogs. Smith takes an inside fastball. 1-0 as Baker, Henderson State's right-handed starter, works for his second inning. 1-0, swing and a miss, 1-1. Smith, one of the most dangerous Bulldog batters in Game 1 of the doubleheader. 2 for 3, had a solo home run, scored twice. 1-1. As it pops out of the catcher Sestinas' glove and flutters to the concrete wall behind home plate. No issue though, base path is empty as Smith leads off the top of the second. Swing and a miss, another one. 2-2 now. Smith playing right, batting 7th. It'll be 7-8-9 due up. Top 2 for the Bulldogs who trail 1-0. 2-2 from Baker. He reached back for some extra mustard, but got a little too much. He sacrificed accuracy for control and missed badly. Count full, 3-2. Check, swing, Smith went around. The home plate umpire said he did not hold up. Smith tried to sell it and convinced the umpire that he held his swing and checked, but he went around. That's Baker's second K, and a big out to start the second as Jason Begin digs in and takes a strike. Begin did not play in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Digs in for the first time today. 0-1 from Baker. Make it 0-2 as Begin swings through. Reddies have a little shift on for the DH. The second baseman the second baseman Cowart playing essentially behind second base. 0-2. Baker just missed with a breaking ball inside. Missed his target. Sestinas was set up outside. Baker misses in. Count goes to 1-2. Off the end of the bat, but it's foul. 1-2. Henderson State manufactured a run in the bottom of the first. One out single for Myers. He stole second, and then never stopped running on an infield single from Corbin Sestinas. Reddies lead 1-0, top of the second. One out, nobody on the base paths. 1-2 from Baker, looking for his third strikeout, looking to go back-to-back. Misses inside with a fastball. Henderson State's third baseman Argenbright and shortstop Myers playing regular positioning, but again, Cowart, the second baseman, playing right behind second base, so the Reddies are expecting Begin to pull, which he does, and hits it deep to left field. Mitchell Jr. back, and this game is tied, 1-1. Begin a solo home run with one out in the top of the second, and that is a great piece of hitting for Begin, who really looked as if he had nothing going in that at-bat. Baker was way ahead. Begin seemed to be off balance, and Begin just got enough. Launched it over the 365 sign in left center field, and we're tied up at 1 in the top of the second as Alex Bedard resets things for SWOSU. He chops it left side of the infield. Argenbright makes a routine play. Head-high hop for Argenbright, who fires across the infield for a quick out number 2 as Bedard has grounded out to third in back-to-back trips to the dish. Excuse me, that was the number 9 hole hitter Gonzalez. Bedard bats here. One out to Bedard. He grounded out. First out in the top of the first, 1-0. And this is going to be slapped through the left side for a single. So a 2-out base runner for the Bulldogs in a 1-1 ball game, top of the second.
Batting the second baseman, number 1, Miguel Soto.
SWOSU looking to restart a 2-out rally. They got a solo home run with 1 out from Jason Begin earlier in the inning. Bedard leads off first, and now scurries back as Baker checks on him. Bedard, a serious threat to steal. Bedard coming into the weekend, 16 stolen bases in 13 games. Fastball, outer half, strike 1. Soto singled to the right side on an 0-2 pitch in the first before being stranded at third. Soto upright stance, 1 batting glove on the left hand. Right hand is bare as Henderson State pitches out, expecting Bedard to steal. He stays put, and Soto takes 1-1. So again, Soto, 1 batting glove on the left hand. Right hand is bare. White tape on either wrist. 1-1. Bedard does take off. Throw down to second. Not in time, as it was not caught by Cowart. Cowart had to hustle to put the tag on Bedard. Couldn't waste any time, but forgot to secure the ball. Wouldn't have mattered. Bedard was in there safely as Soto takes a ball, makes the count 2-1. So the Bulldogs trying to manufacture a run of their own after the solo home run earlier in the inning. A base hit by Soto likely puts the Bulldogs in front as it's tied 1-1, and Bedard, their fastest player, leads off second. This is line foul down the first base line. Soto behind it. Count goes 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 2 runs have been scored in this game, 1 by the Reddies, 1 by the Bulldogs. We're in the top of the second. Bulldogs have gotten to Baker for 4 hits. Reddies have got 2 hits in the bottom of the first. Baker trying to keep this a tie ball game at 1-1. 2-2 to Soto. Swing and a miss. Baker pulls the string. That's his 3rd K of the day already. But Begin ties it up for the Bulldogs with a solo dinger. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Reddies and the Bulldogs knotted at 1. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We're tied 1-1 in the bottom of the second as Cade Tucker leads things off. Nobody on, nobody out for the Reddies. Tucker swings and misses at the first pitch of the frame. Tucker hitting for the first time today, playing for the first time today. Was not featured in game 1 of our doubleheader as he lifts this one foul down the first base line, out of play. Count quickly 0-2 on Tucker, who started and went 0 for 2 in the midweek game against Arkansas Tech. Swing and a miss. Tucker goes down on 3 pitches, waves at a breaking ball from Ferraro. If Ferraro can get that pitch going, look out, because that is tough to handle. Tucker goes down 1-2-3. Alec Lewis will dig in for the first time today. Lewis trying to get out of a little bit of a slump. Lewis 0 for 3 in game 1. Reached on an error and scored a run as Ferraro misses to make the count 1-0. 1-1 game, bottom of the second. 7-inning game here at Clyde-Berry Field. Second game of our Friday doubleheader. GAC, as a reminder, played 2. The second one is 7 innings. 1-1, 2-1 to Lewis. Henderson State ended the first game in 7 innings with a run rule. 14-4 victory over the Bulldogs. That snapped the Bulldogs' 4-game winning streak. Lewis swings through a 2-1, makes it 2-2. Lewis coming into the weekend 0 for his last 8. He was 0 for 3 in game 1. Trying to get something going here. 2-2. That's outside. 3-2. Ferraro basically has been 2 pitches for him today. Fastball and that slider. Fouled back by Lewis. Count will stay the same. We'll do it again. (3-2). The lefty hitter Lewis waits. Takes high, ball 4. So Lewis, a good at-bat for the Reddies. He works a walk on a full count. 1 on, 1 out now for HSU. As Henderson State will try to score for the second straight inning. Reddies got 1 in the bottom of the first with an infield single from Corbin Sestinas that scored Joe Myers. As Logan Cowart digs in. 1-1 ball game, bottom of the second. 1 on, 1 out for HSU. Cowart lost control of the bat up the middle. Soto gathers, flips to a covering Gonzalez at second. Gonzalez on to first to get Cowart. 1 pitch and 2 outs. Cowart grounds into an inning-ending 4-6-3 double play. The Bulldogs have the momentum. 1-1 ball game. We'll go to the third on the Henderson State Sports Network. The club went farther than the ball.
Like a true nature's child.
Batting center number 23, Zach Saxon.
Welcome back to Clyde-Berry Field. Top of the third, 1-1 ball game. Reddies hosting the Bulldogs of Southwestern Oklahoma State. Zach Baxley pops up the bunt, but the catcher Sestinas never had a chance as it landed about 15 feet behind him and foul. 0-1 to Baxley, who, frankly, I'm a little surprised he's trying to bunt the ball the way he's been swinging the bat this weekend so far, as he fouls off the 0-1 to off the end. 0-2. Baxley 2 for 2 and walked twice in game 1. He's 1 for 1 so far in game 2 with a double, so he's 3 for 3, and he's reached safely all 5 times. So he's had one heck of a day at the plate so far. Baker way ahead, though, 0-2. Misses high, tried to get Baxley to chase above the belt. Baxley would not acquiesce. Count goes to 1-2. Nobody on, nobody out. Baxley leads off the top of the third for SWOSU and takes a breaking ball right at the ankles, 2-2. Baxley's average coming into the weekend started at 500. It's pretty tough to move an average up when you're hitting 500, but Baxley's done it. It's at 531 now. 2-2. Just off the end of the bat. And another foul ball dribbles over by Henderson State's dugout. We reset things. 2-2 to the Bulldogs' 3-hitter Baxley. Baxley catching in game 2 after playing first in game 1. Nobody on, nobody out. Top of the third. Reddies got 1 in the bottom of the first. Bulldogs answered with 1 in the top of the second. 2-2 from Baker. That's low, skips off the turf. Count full. Baker was ahead on Baxley 0-2. Baxley trying to fight back and work his way on for the 6th time today. Swing and a miss. Baker wins the battle. The Rockwall, Texas native has struck out 4 batters so far. Baker's got 7 outs as he's gone 2 1/3. More than half have been Ks. As Drew White digs in. Takes the fastball inside, 1-0. Regular alignment on the righty hitter White. 1-0 count. 1-1 game, top of the third, bases empty. Make it 2-0. Baker misses outside. Henderson State got their lone run off the bat of Corbin Sestinas. Infield single brought home Joe Myers. SWOSU got a solo home run from Jason Begin as White swings through the 2-0. Make it 2-1. A picture-perfect night here in Arkadelphia. Temperatures in the low 70s. Lights on here at Clydeberry Field as most of the baseball diamond is now being shaded by the pine trees surrounding the ballpark. Baker induces another swing and a miss and has evened the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. White came into the weekend batting .370, went 1 for 4 in game 1, 2-2. Strike 3 called. What a sequence from Matthew Baker. Got behind 2-0, went swinging strike, and then White tied up as Baker has now struck out back-to-back batters. That is his 5th K of the day as Ryan Dos Santos digs in with the bases empty. Dos Santos lays down the bunt, and this will be a single. Dos Santos beats the shift. Henderson State was expecting Dos Santos to pull. Dos Santos just pushed it out in front of Argenbright, playing third, and Argenbright was playing far too deep to ever have a chance. That's a bunt single from Dos Santos, who manufactures his way on base for Talon Mullins-Ohm, who digs in. 2 outs, 1 on for the Bulldogs, top of the third. 1-1 ball game. Second game of the day, second game of the 3-game weekend series. First pitch to Mullins-Ohm. Fastball just misses off the edge. Henderson State can wrap up the series victory with a win in this one. They won game 1 14-4. As Mullins-Ohm waits on the 1-0, Dos Santos takes off as it's sent to left center field. Should be no problem for Mitchell Jr., and it is not. The senior ranges to make the play, and Baker works around a 2-out bunt single The Reddies once again will have a chance to take the lead as we come back in the bottom of the third, 1-1 ball game. Reddies hosting the Bulldogs on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. 1-1 ball game. The Reddies lead off with Bryson Haskins in the bottom of the third. Haskins, first pitch swinging, fouls it off, out of play, as Vance Ferraro continues on the hill for the Bulldogs. Ferraro, a lefty pitcher, listed at 5'11", a junior. Out of Trinidad, Colorado. Went to Trinidad State Junior College as Haskins once more is behind it and fouls it off. He's quickly behind 0-2. Haskins salvaged game one with a double after starting 0 for 3. So he finished the game 1 0 for 4. He bats for the first time. 0-2 from Ferraro. Just missed with a fastball outside. Haskins. .5'10" junior out of Ashdown, Arkansas. 1-2. And he's rung up. Strike 3 looking. Haskins shrugs the shoulders. He thought that was off the plate. But Ferraro takes the backwards K. Haskins becomes Ferraro's second strikeout victim. Ferraro's now worked 2 1/3, 2 hits, 1 run. It was earned. 1 walk, 2 Ks as the Reddies order resets for the first time. Danny Mitchell Jr. digs in. And the breaking ball stays just inside. Out of the hand of Ferraro. That looked like it was on the way to plunking Mitchell Jr., but it turned in. And Ferraro almost got the strike called as he misses way outside. Easy take for Mitchell Jr. 2-0. Base is empty. 1 out. Bottom of the third. 1-1 ball game. Henderson State scored their run in the bottom of the first. SWOSU got theirs in the top of the second. Mitchell Jr. waits on the hitter's count. The 2-0. Swings and fouls it off. 2-1 to DMJ. Mitchell Jr. came into the weekend hitting .228, went 2 for 5 with a pair of runs scored, including a double in game 1 as he lifts it to shallow center. Bedard makes the play, and one of the few sunspots left on the diamond, but he has no problem battling and making the catch for the second out. So Haskins goes down looking. Mitchell Jr. flies out on a toothless pop-up to center, and Joe Myers will look to start things with 2 outs and the base is empty in the bottom of the third. Myers has one of Henderson's 2 hits. He's also responsible for the only run as he swings and dribbles it back. 0-2 to Myers. Myers lined one into left field in the bottom of the first, then stole second, and came around to score on an infield single from Corbin Sestinas. That made it 1-0. Since then, SWOSU tied it with a solo homer as the Reddies try to jumpstart things in the bottom of the third. Myers does just that. This will get to the right field concrete wall and skip away from Smith. Joe Myers has a stand-up triple with 2 outs in the bottom of the third. Myers just sent it the other way off the end of the bat. It fluttered fair down the right field line, and it took a wicked carom off that concrete wall in right field. Smith played it poorly, and Myers, as he did back in the first, just kept on running. Myers 2 for 2, halfway to the cycle. A single in the first, a triple in the third, and it's up to Grayson Stevens now to bring Myers home with 2 outs in a tied 1-1 ball game. Bottom of the third, Stevens takes a strike from Ferraro. Again, this is a 7-inning game, so base runners at a premium. Stevens plunked Ferraro's breaking ball, ran inside, and the Reddies have runners on the corners as Stevens takes first with 2 outs. So Ferraro was trending towards a simplistic 1-2-3 inning. Instead, Myers triples, Stevens hit by a pitch, and again, Corbin Sestinas called upon in a big spot. Runners on the corners, 2 outs, a base hit for Sestinas, breaks a 1-1 tie. First pitch from Ferraro. Sestinas swings, fouls it off his lower body. 0-1. Again, Sestinas really didn't know too much about him heading into the season, but he has seized his opportunities in a big way. Another one here. This is pounded to the left side. The shortstop Gonzalez has no problem with it. He fields and flips to Soto covering the second base bag, and Sestinas unfortunately cannot get the job done. The Reddies strand 2 in the bottom of the third. We'll go to the fourth. 1-1 ball game on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Batting right fielder number 5, Keyshawn Smith.
Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We enter the top of the fourth in a 7-inning game. Matthew Baker remains on the hill. Keyshawn Smith swings at the first pitch of the inning. Charging is Argenbright. Third baseman makes a strong throw across the diamond to get Smith, the SWOSU right fielder, by a step. So 1 pitch, 1 out for Baker in the top of the fourth. Baker has gone 3 1/3, given up 5 hits, 1 run. It was earned. 1 walk, 5 Ks. Jason Begin who is the man responsible for the Bulldogs' only run, swings and fouls off the first pitch of his at-bat, 0-1. Begin a solo home run in the second. Tied the game at 1. He bats in a 1-1 game here in the top of the fourth. Swing and a miss. Begin off kilter as Baker goes with the breaking ball to make it 0-2. Begin, though, was down 0-2 and looked uncomfortable last time up at the plate before the solo shot. Baker trying to finish the job here, and does. Baker gets his 6th strikeout of the day. He's had good stuff. Begin tried to check his swing, but clearly could not hold up. And after the solo shot, he strikes out on 3 pitches. And Matthew Baker looks to work an extremely quick top of the fourth as he faces Mark Gonzalez, the Bulldogs' 9th hitter. Gonzalez bats, nobody on the base paths, 2 outs. Takes one low. 2-0 count to Gonzalez. Make it 2-1. Baker clips the outside edge with a fastball. Gonzalez grounded out to the third baseman Argenbright, and his only trip to the dish back in the second. 2-1. Low, 3-1. Gonzalez 0 for 2 with a walk in game 1 of the doubleheader. Trying to reach with 2 outs here, 3-1. Loops it out of play down the right field line. Count full, 3-2. Baker trying to work his first 1-2-3 inning. Allowed a single in the first and the third, allowed a home run in the second. 3-2 to Gonzalez. Strike 3 called. Matthew Baker. 7 Ks in 4 innings. He needs some help. We're still tied 1-1. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Cladberry Field, bottom of the fourth. Vance Ferraro stays on the mound for the Southwestern Oklahoma State Bulldogs. He misses lone outside to Henderson State's freshman third baseman Caden Argenbright. Now Argenbright reaches out, pokes it back up the middle, and it's off the palm of the second baseman Soto. That'll be scored an infield single for Argenbright. So Argenbright 1 for 2, and he stays hot. That hitting streak now up to 8 games. It was at 6 coming into the weekend. Argenbright 2 for 2 in game 1, now 1 for 2 in game 2. Argenbright average up to 361. That leads the Reddies for qualified hitters. Henderson State has their leadoff man on here in the bottom of the fourth. 1-1 ball game as Cade Tucker takes a strike at the knees, 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Tucker has had early struggles against the Bulldogs pitcher Ferraro. Struck out on 3 pitches in his first at-bat, already down 0-2 already. Nobody out. Argenbright on first. Tucker slaps it left side, could be 2. Gonzalez goes to a knee, throws to Soto at second. He turns and fires to first. White reaches out to make the catch, and Tucker grounds into a double play. 6-4-3. Second time the Reddies have bounced into a DP, and the base paths are cleared. 2 outs now in the bottom of the 4th. Still 1-1. Well played game 2 of the doubleheader. It's been a pitcher's duel so far. Vance Ferraro against Matthew Baker. Ferraro now has gone 3 2/3. 4 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 2 Ks. As Lewis cues the 0-1 off and out of play up into the Henderson State parking lot. 0-2 to Lewis. Base is empty after the Tucker double play. Lewis trying to restart things. Stays alive, fouls it back. So Ferraro has been great for the Bulldogs. Matthew Baker has been great for the Reddies. Baker for HSU. 4 innings of work. Struck out 7 batters so far. 0-2. We'll do it again. Lewis pops it out of play. Lewis behind 0-2, trying to make something happen as Ferraro short hops his catcher Baxley. Baxley cannot keep it in front, but no issue as the bases are cleared. 1-2 to Lewis. 2 out, nobody on. Bottom of the 4th, 1-1 ball game. Outside 2-2. Henderson State won game 1 of today's doubleheader, 14-4. The Reddies jumped on the Bulldogs with 4 runs in the first inning and never looked back. So Henderson State can take the series if they win this one, as we'll play 1 more tomorrow. Lewis again stays alive. 2-2. Tomorrow, our single game scheduled for 12 noon, but we'll have to wait and see. A lot of thunderstorms in the forecast tomorrow, so bit of a TBD. 2-2. Lewis checks his swing. Did not go around. SWOSU infield thought that might have been strike 3, but the count has worked full. Lewis walked in the 2nd, trying to work his way on again. In the bottom of the 4th, again 2 outs. Base is empty for HSU. Lewis sends it to deep left field, tailing away from the left fielder Mullins-Ohm. Mullins-Ohm makes a diving attempt, can't get to it. Lewis will slide into 3rd head first and safely. Alec Lewis gets off the schneid, snaps an 0-for-11 streak with a 2-out triple, and all of a sudden the Reddies with a huge opportunity in the bottom of the 4th.
Second baseman, number 11, Logan Cowart.
Logan Cowart will dig in. With Lewis on 3rd, 2 outs, 1-1 ball game. Cowart, right-handed hitter. Takes high. Ball 1. Chest high of Cowart. And a quick visit to the hill from the Bulldogs catcher Baxley. He may have seen something or gotten the signs mixed up. So Baxley and Ferraro talk things over. Their convention is complete. 1-0 to Cowart. Lewis on 3rd after the 2-out triple to the left field corner. 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Cowart getting the start at second today. Colasanto started game 1 of the doubleheader. Cowart making his 15th appearance, 8th start. 1-1. Sent left side. Third baseman Dos Santos down to a knee. He pops up and makes a throw across the diamond to get Cowart. Cowart hits it hard, but Dos Santos even better with the glove. And we're tied 1-1. We'll go to the fifth. Heading to the later innings of our 7-inning game. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Matthew Baker on the bump for the Reddies, continuing what has been a very solid start. He'll face Alex Bedard, the Bulldogs' leadoff hitter. Bedard swings and misses at a fastball that skipped off the turf. So Bedard goes fishing. 0-1. Bedard leading off, so 1-2-3 due up for the Bulldogs, top of the fifth. 1-1 ball game. Bedard reaches out, slow roll to short. Myers charges, gathers it in, and a strong throw to first gets Bedard by a step. Bedard 1 for 3 now in game 2. Bedard went 0 for 4 in game 1. So Henderson State has done an excellent job on Alex Bedard. That's a combined 1 for 7 so far for the SWOSU center fielder, who came into this ball game batting .464. So 2 pitches and 1 out. Bedard grounds out 6-3 as Soto digs in. Baker was ready to work, but Soto was not ready, and the home plate umpire delays things briefly. Baker back on the rubber. Nobody on the base paths, 1 out, top of the 5th. Soto, first pitch swinging, lifts it to right center field. Going to be a long run, and a diving catch is made by Bryson Haskins. He just took away extra bases from Miguel Soto. Oh my goodness, what a play by Haskins. He just ran a quarter mile to catch that ball. That is why I said earlier, Bryson Haskins, not just one of the best fielders in the GAC, he's got to have one of the best gloves in Division II college baseball, and he continuously shows it off. Not only the glove, how about the legs? 2 outs now as Baker misses high to Baxley. Tip of the cap to Bryson Haskins. What a play. What a huge play in a 1-1 ball game in the top of the 5th. Baxley checks his swing as the breaking ball dips below the knees 2-0. And again, 1-1 game in the top of the 5th. And this is a 7-inning game, so base runners and runs at a premium. 2-0 to Baxley. Another one, sent to right center field. Haskins won't have a shot at this one, and it rolls by him all the way to the wall. Baxley stops at second. His head coach, third base coach, Zach Saunders, I think, wanted Baxley to try for 3. I didn't think that ball was hit well enough to get to the wall. I think Haskins, if he could do that again, he would take a more rounded route to that ball. But a 2-out double for the Bulldogs in the top of the 5th. As Drew White digs in. First pitch to White. Good job by Sestinas keeping it in front. He slid to his right as Baxley at second got about a quarter of the way down the baseline. Thought about trying Sestinas at third, but Sestinas keeps it in front. Count 1-0 to White. Baker a long look in. Now comes to the plate. This is low and inside 2-0. Baker, 4 2/3, 6 hits, 1 run. It was a home run off the bat of Jason Begin in the top of the 2nd. He's walked 1, he's struck out 7. Baker has had great stuff today against a very formidable Bulldogs lineup. 2-0 to White. Off the bat. I thought that was off the bat of White. I thought clearly that I was clearly off the bat of White. The home plate umpire is saying that was simply a pass ball by Sestinas. The sound I heard, the home plate umpire would argue that the sound that we heard was the glove of Sestinas, but I thought that was pretty clearly a foul ball back from White, and it's a big decision because if the call stands, then Baxley is on third instead of on second, so both umpires talking it over. Baxley awarded third base. Henderson State's home crowd in the dugout can't believe the decision. But still with 2 outs, it's up to Baker to get the job done. No sacrifice opportunity for White. 2-1. 3-1. Breaking ball low and outside. White struck out looking in the 1st and the 3rd. Hitters count 3-1. Walked him. So White would have reached anyway, assuming that they would have called that a foul ball. It was a swinging strike, but instead of runners on 1st and 2nd, runners on the corners. So after a ground out by Bedard and a line out to center by Soto, a double and a walk, which sandwich a wild pitch, give the Bulldogs runners on the corners 2 outs, top of the 5th, 1-1 ball game. Fastball misses outside. 1-0 to Dos Santos, who has turned things around here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Dos Santos went 0 for 4, lined into 2 double plays in Game 1, but he's 1 for 1 with a single in the 3rd. 1-0 to the lefty hitter Dos Santos. He lifts it foul, out of play. Dos Santos came into the weekend batting .304. That average now at .294. Runners on the corners, Baxley on third, White on first. 1-1 from Baker. Strike 2. Dos Santos flinched at it, but it didn't give it a hard look. And Baker, 1 strike away from getting out of another jam. Baker is going to reach back for something extra here, I can tell. Ground ball sent right side. Cowart, the second baseman, gets in front, gathers it in, and throws Dos Santos out. Baker, as he always does, wearing his emotions on his sleeve. He's pumped up, heading back to the dugout. Henderson State And Southwestern Oklahoma State tied 1-1. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Bryson Haskins, who had perhaps the defensive play of the day, leads off the bottom of the 5th and sends this out of here.
That's a home run for Bryson Haskins.
Bryson Haskins, have yourself a Friday night. In the top of the 5th, Haskins runs about a quarter mile into the right center field gap to rob Soto of a extra base hit. In the bottom of the 5th, Haskins leads it off. First pitch swinging. It is obliterated. That was a no-doubt dinger. And that's a 2-1 lead for Henderson State. 2-1 ball game, bottom of the 5th. Danny Mitchell Jr. digs in. That's helmet high, 1-0 from Ferraro. What a piece of hitting from Bryson Haskins. He's the 3rd ready to go deep in our Friday doubleheader. 1-0. This is popped up. The catcher Baxley makes the play behind home plate for the first out. Mitchell Jr. frustrated with himself there. He knows he missed a breaking ball that he had a chance to do some damage to. So, 1 run in the inning, 1 out in the back pocket of Ferraro. He's worked 4 1/3 as Joe Myers digs in. Base is empty. Myers takes a strike. Takes a step out of the batter's box and digs back in. Myers single and a run scored in the first, triple down the right field line in the 3rd. Takes one low, 1-1. Myers, that triple in the 3rd was with 2 outs. Henderson State had nothing doing, and all of a sudden Myers was standing on 3rd, but Reddies couldn't bring him home. The next inning, Alec Lewis tripled with 2 outs, but he was stranded as well. 0-1 to Myers. That runs in and hits him. Myers plunked. He'll stroll down to first. Myers, no stranger to a little pain, as that is the 7th time this season he has been hit by a pitch, and that is the 40th time in Joe Myers' career that he's been hit by a pitch. He's played 162 games now, so that's a full MLB season. So you play a full MLB season, you get hit 40 times. I think that would be the single season major league record for a full season and being hit 40 times. But in the eyes of Billy Bean and all the analytics out there, that's just as good as a single. As Myers leads off first with 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. Grayson Stevens takes the 0-1 low, 1-1. Again, this is a 7-inning game. So that solo home run off the bat of Bryson Haskins making all the difference in the world right now. 1 on, 1 out. 1-1 to Stevens. That's shoulder high and taken ball 2. .74 pitches for Ferraro and 47 strikes for the left-hander out of Colorado. 2-1. Hammered back up the middle and through. Myers takes the turn at second and will head to third. Sliding in safely. Stevens returns it to sender on the ground. Gonzalez was shaded to the second base bag and looked like he had a beat on that ball, but that took a big hop over Gonzalez's glove up the middle. And Henderson State threatening with the runners on the corners and 1 out in the bottom of the 5th, and another massive spot for Corbin Sistinas. Sistinas singled home Joe Myers in the first when Myers was on second. He could not get the job done in the third, as the Reddies had runners on the corners and 2 outs. He grounded out into a fielder's choice. But a third chance here for Sistinas. Trying to give Henderson State some extra cushion as Ferraro misses badly. High and outside, 1-0. Reddies up 2-1. Bottom of the 5th. The difference in the ball game, Bryson Haskins' solo home run on the first pitch of the inning. After that, Mitchell Jr. fouled out to the catcher. Myers was hit by a pitch. Stevens singled up the middle. Myers went to third. Runners on the corners. Sistinas hammers it, and foul. Oh my. That was foul. Left side of the third base bag by an eyelash. That is tough. Impossible for me to tell, just too quick. I think it was probably the right call, since Henderson State's head coach, Cody Hooton's the third base coach right now, and he did not disagree at all. He was obviously hoping that it was fair, but he did not debate that decision. So 1-1 to Sistinas. Again, runners on the corners. Breaking ball. Catches the top of the zone. Nice pitch by Ferraro. Makes it 1-2. Sistinas now just needs to protect the plate. Getting Myers home from third is the main objective any way you can. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Sistinas strikes out. Stevens goes to second. 2 on, 2 out now for Caden Argenbright. And there's one guy you want with the bat in his hands in a situation like this, it is Caden Argenbright. Argenbright on an 8-game hitting streak. He leads the Reddies, batting .361. He's 15 for his last 29 at the plate. First pitch to Argenbright. Swings, fouls it out of play. 2 out, 2 on. Bottom of inning number 5. HSU leads 2-1 over the visiting Southwestern Oklahoma State Bulldogs. Henderson State, if they can finish this one out, they take the series. Argenbright again fouls it back quickly behind 0-2. Myers on third. Stevens on second. Argenbright, a base hit would likely make this a 4-1 game, as both Myers and Stevens will be going on contact with 2 outs here. Argenbright trying to protect the plate, trying to get someone out there. 0-2. Argenbright keeps the bat back as Baxley, the catcher, makes an important slide to his left. To keep that ball in front. That was 4 feet left of the plate. Could have easily gotten by Baxley and brought home Myers at third. Instead, just a ball. Ferraro still up And ahead 1-2, here it comes. And again, Baxley slides to his left. And again, the catcher makes a great play to keep this at 2-1. Those are two potential wild pitches and two potential runs. Because if those get by Baxley on back-to-back pitches, not only does Myers score, Stevens moves up to third, and he scores too. Count even, 2-2. Two runners in scoring position for Argenbright. Outside and low. Fastball misses. Count full. First base is vacant. A walk would not be the worst thing. Argenbright, Henderson State's best hitter in terms of average at .361. Cade Tucker on deck. And Tucker has struggled with the bat in his hand so far this evening. 0 for 2, a strikeout, and he's grounded into a double play. Argenbright trying to do the damage here. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Ferraro. Sestinas and Argenbright go down and cannot get the run in from third. But the Reddies make it 2-1. We'll go to the top of the sixth on the Henderson State Sports Network.
That's when like the second or third home run passes. Batting the left fielder number 9, Taylor Nolan.
Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. A spectacular afternoon has morphed into a beautiful evening here at the ballpark. Matthew Baker remains on the hill. First pitch swinging by Mullins Ohm, charging the shortstop Myers, makes the running throw. One pitch, one out in the top of the sixth. As Baker continues to work and work well. 5 1/3 for Baker. 7 strikeouts for the Rockwall, Texas native. Misses to Keyshawn Smith. 1-0, now 2-0. Another fastball inside. Smith, a solo home run in game 1. A game the Reddies won 14-4. 2-0. Swing and a miss. As Smith reached back on the follow-through and tagged Corbin Sestinas in the catcher's mask. 2-1. 2-2. Smith swinging for the fences. He is coming out of his shoes on the last two swings. He's got home run power, and one swing of the bat could tie this game. 2-1, top of the sixth. 1 out, base is empty. 2-2 from Baker, looking for his 8th K. He's got it! Baker screams, "Let's go!" We can hear it up here. Matthew Baker is pumped up. That's his 8th strikeout. Henderson State trying to ride the back of Matthew Baker to a series-clinching win. Jason Begin digs in and takes a fastball at the knee. Strike 1. Begin homered in the second. It was a solo shot. Made it 1-1, 0-1, 0-2. Baker looking for back-to-back Ks. Squibbed right side to the second baseman, Cowart. He gathers it in and makes a sidearm throw to first. Begin is retired, and that is 3 up, 3 down for Baker. An intense scream from Baker as he walks to the dugout. There is not a player in the GAC that I've seen show more emotion than Matthew Baker, and why not? He's been fantastic so far. The Reddies looking for some insurance. Up 2-1. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We're in the bottom of the 6th of a 7-inning game. So Henderson State looking for some insurance. Up 2-1 as Cade Tucker leads off and takes a breaking ball at the shoelaces. 1-0. Tucker leads off the bottom of the 6th. Henderson State hoping this is their last chance to bat. So looking for some insurance as Tucker slaps it to the shortstop Gonzalez. Gonzalez crouches, corrals it, and makes a routine play. Tucker now 0 for 3 after the 6-3 putout. Alec Lewis digs in. Lewis got out of a mini slump, or has gotten out of a mini slump today, and almost just got hit by an inside breaking ball from Ferraro. Thought that was headed to the backside of Lewis, but it sneaks inside. Still taken for a ball, 1-0. Hit right side. No problem for the second baseman, Soto. 4 pitches, 2 outs for Ferraro in the bottom of the 6th. Quick mention, Lewis tripled in the 4th with 2 outs. That broke up an 0 for 11 stretch for Lewis, so Lewis 1 for 2. Back on the right foot as Cowart swings to the first pitch. Pops it up to the second baseman, Soto. He makes the play for out number 3. So 5 pitches and 3 outs for Ferraro in the bottom of the 6th. Henderson State unable to get any insurance, but they will go to the 7th and final inning, up 2-1. And it'll be a new pitcher, Taylor Langston, will come in out of the bullpen and try to save it for HSU when we come back. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field, top of the 7th. This is a 7-inning game, so the Reddies wanting to close it here. Matthew Baker, who was sensational, gives to Taylor Langston, who looks to slam the door on the Bulldogs, who send a pinch hitter to the plate, Daniel Davila. Lefty hitter, first pitch from Langston, low, with a fastball, 1-0. Langston making his 6th appearance. 2.25 ERA, 1-0. Hit hard right side, Coward over. Makes the routine play as the pinch hitter, Davila, goes down 4-3. Out number 1 in the back pocket of Langston.
Batting the center fielder to Alex Bedard.
Davila hit in the place of the 9 hitter, Gonzalez. So the order resets with Bedard, who takes a strike. Reddies up 2-1. Top of the 7th. Shortened game, so we're playing 7. Langston with a chance to close it out. Give the Reddies 2 wins on a beautiful Friday evening. Bedard swings through. 0-2 now. Langston came into this ball game, 8 innings thrown. 14 strikeouts. Looking for another here. 0-2 to Bedard. Just gets a piece, fouls it back, and we'll do another 0-2. Langston, a 6'4" senior out of El Dorado, Arkansas. Comes to Henderson State by way of Barton Community College, and he's been superb for the Reddies throughout his career. 0-2 to Bedard. This is foul. A line drive, tailed right side of the right field line as Bedard tried to go opposite field. A good piece of hitting by Bedard, but just a tick too late. Also 2 notes, 2 defensive changes for the Reddies in the top of the 7th. Nick Butler replaces Alec Lewis in right. Josh Aguilar catching now in place of Corbin Sistinas. 0-2 to Bedard. And Bedard is plunked. Bedard goes to first after being hit by a pitch. Langston was up 0-2, but loses Bedard. And now the tying run is on first in a 2-1 ball game. Top of the 7th. Again, just playing 7 tonight. Got to imagine Alex Bedard's going to be stealing here. Bedard with a stolen base already today, his 17th of the year. He takes off. Throw down to second. Not in time. It gets away from Cowart, but it's backed up by Myers. And Bedard into scoring position. Bulldogs dugout. Very lively here. Sniffing a situation in which they can tie this ball game. Again, Reddies up 2-1, top of the 7th. Bedard on second. That pitch from Langston missed. So 1-0 to Soto. Big gap in the right side of the infield. Bedard takes off. Throw down to third. And he is nailed. Bedard thrown out and wiped off the base paths. Bedard very aggressive and makes a cardinal sin. The second out at third base. He was already in scoring position. Obviously, he wants to get to third with a chance to be brought home by a Soto sac fly or RBI ground out, but instead, 2 outs, nobody on, top of the 7th. Swing and a miss. And all of a sudden, the tables have turned. SWOSU possibly down to their final strike. Bedard thrown out at third by Aguilar. Langston trying to slam the door on Soto. Chopped second base. Should be no problem for Cowart. He throws out Soto and the Reddies.
Final score, Henderson State 2, Southwestern Oklahoma State 1. Fans, please join us here again tomorrow at noon when these two teams meet in the final game of this 3-game series. We appreciate your attendance here. Please travel home safely.
The Reddies sweep the Friday doubleheader 2-1 in Game 2. Taylor Langston gets the save. The first of the season for T-Lang. Matthew Baker moves to 2-0 after a sensational 6 innings of work. The loss is tagged to Vance Ferraro. Henderson State on the day improves to 11-8, 8-6 in conference play. SWOSU entered the day 9-4 and 8-4 in GAC play. Now they're both 8-6. So Henderson State has already taken the series and will have a chance to bump up and jump SWOSU if they can sweep the Bulldogs tomorrow, as we're set to play one on Saturday afternoon. Tomorrow's first pitch scheduled for noon. We will see you then on the Henderson State Sports Network.